Ladies and gentlemen, thank you all to being here at the heart of European institutions. First of all, I remember that this Congress is under the high patronage of European institution, of European Parliament, have the patronage of Italian Ministry of Health and the Minister for Disability. This Congress awarded the medal of the President of Italian Republic. A special greetings to the representatives of institutions, the European institution present here. This Congress is hosted by member of European Parliament, Salvatore De Meo. Thank you for your commitment.
Thank you for good afternoon to all. It's a great honor for me to open this working day dedicated to the PANS and Pandas syndromes, a topic that concerns the lives of thousands of European children and families, and which today finally finds space within the European institutions. With this meeting, we really build a bridge between science and politics, between research and the public health, between the voice of the families and the responsibility of European institutions to create connection, overcome fragmentation, and build awareness. First of all, I would like to thank the European Commissioner for Animal Health and Welfare, Oliver Varley, to whom I will shortly give the floor, because its presence here today is an important signal of institutional attention to these pathologies and to the families that every day face often invisible difficulties. The President of the European Parliament, Roberta Metsola, will also be arriving shortly, whose participation adds further political and symbolic value to this initiative. I would also like to express my sincere thanks to Federica Favi, Ambassador of Italy to Belgium, for being here. Now I will continue in Italian because I won't explain my objective to this meeting. Voglio ringraziare in modo particolare.
I would like to thank particularly the Association of Parents Pandas, particularly Lalli Fabridi and Vincenzo Casaregola, reference point for the institutional relations. Their daily work, from the relations to the families, with the teachers and with the health operators, is an example of civic involvement and collaboration between the society and the institutions. Thanks to their contribution, in Italy, a new institutional pathway has been opened. This opened a new technical table at the ministry in order to focus on these syndromes. Pandas are complex illnesses, very difficult to detect sometimes, and very much under considered. This has an impact on the families, on the curriculum of the children, and on their daily lives. This is therefore very important to have an institutional acknowledgement, because we need therapies, we need more support to families. During this day, we will listen to many excellent contributions from the main experts in the inflammatory illnesses and pediatric illnesses, together with the representatives of the European associations. There is now a technical, scientific network in order to have common results and to try to bridge the gap between the various national systems. Then Europe has to play a decisive role, putting an emphasis on the European reference networks to connect among themselves the various excellence centers that we have in Europe, then Horizon Europe in order to support scientific research, and then a transnational network for teachers, families, and pedagogic aids, and we need to bridge the gap in order to have more access to the therapies. Our Parliament is working in this direction, and in the DG SANT, there is a plan for the rare illnesses, and there is their work in order to reduce the territorial inequalities and to give more importance to these rare illnesses. We need to start from the real needs of the families and give results and answers. Talking about families, the voice most important is the one of the children. Today we will listen to Nicole Minardi that describe an illness like a suitcase full of wet clothes that nobody wants to open. It's a powerful image, and a powerful image that just tells us not to ignore this reality anymore. This suitcase full of wet clothes is now in here in this institution, and we need to now open this suitcase full of wet clothes because each and every child needs a timely diagnostics and an inclusive operation in order to support the family and the community. It is a common path. It's a shared path. I'd like to thank again the Commissioner and the President. Not all of them will be able to stay the whole afternoon, but their presence here is very much significant, is very important for us all. It shows the pledge of our institution in order to create a network for these rare illnesses, and shows also the capacity of the European Parliament to be inclusive and integrated.
Thank you, Member of European Parliament, Salvatore.
Thank you.
Translation, Italian English. Thank you so much. Special greetings to all the representatives of European institutions present here. Federica Favi, Italian ambassador to Belgium, and especially a greeting to Oliver Varley, is European Commissioner to Health. Thank you so much.
Honorable members, dear guests, dear parents, first of all, I want to thank Parliamentarian De Maio for organizing this very important event today, because we all know that around 30 million people in Europe, in the EU, live with a rare disease that is a larger country in size. So while each condition may be rare, the patients living with them are absolutely not. Every patient deserves, therefore, to get the diagnosis and the treatment they need, no matter their condition, their age, or whether they live or where they live in the European Union. This also applies, of course, to children affected by the PANS and Pandas, rare, complex, and often underdiagnosed neuropsychiatric conditions that can have a profound impact on both the children and their families. In children and adolescents, these conditions may be triggered by an infection and can lead to the sudden onset of very severe neuropsychiatric symptoms. Families often describe dramatic and unexpected changes in previously completely healthy children, including anxiety, obsessive-compulsive behaviors, sleep disturbances, eating restrictions, or even significant changes in mood and behavior. Because these conditions are not widely recognized, many families actually face delays in the diagnosis and also in the access to the appropriate care. For a child and their family, those delays can be devastating. So let me thank all the dedicated parents, the family members, the doctors, the researchers, and of course our healthcare workers who are helping these children. From our side, the Commission has been providing support for rare disease patients and their families for many, many years now. We invest significantly in rare diseases research. Between 2007 up until 2020, we have invested as EU 3.2 billion euros in the area of rare diseases under our research programs. And we support, of course, the European reference networks for rare diseases, which is the best tool that we have currently in Europe. These 24 networks bring together healthcare professionals from very different member states. They enable much better diagnostic, care and treatment for rare diseases for all EU patients. One of the reference networks is actually on rare neurological diseases. And it is now time, therefore, to implement their results into the national health systems as well at a much wider basis. In the Commission, we also support the initiative on non-communicable diseases, dedicated work on mental health and neurological disorders. And our comprehensive approach to mental health promotes the multidisciplinary approach that is needed for these kind of conditions within the healthcare system. At the same time, we must strengthen the link between research, innovation, and patient care. Europe is strong when it comes to science, but we can do more to help the scientific discoveries into innovative medicines, devices, and treatments that reach the patients much faster. That is why, at the end of last year, we put forward a comprehensive health package. We proposed a new Biotech Act to support this very strategic sector, the sector which is capable of delivering these new therapies. Because biotechnology is the sector that could offer new hope for diseases where no treatment is yet available, as it is the case for most rare diseases like this one. Gene therapies, more precise diagnostics, and personalized treatments. These are all areas where biotech can make a real difference. The Biotech Act would also speed up procedures for clinical trials, helping cutting-edge treatments be tested and reach patients much quicker. In the same health package, we also propose to make the rules on medical devices more effective. This includes new, dedicated regulatory pathways for orphan and breakthrough devices. These are devices that address rare diseases or respond to unmet medical needs in completely new ways. So this will speed up the time it takes until new life-changing technologies will actually reach the patients, while keeping, of course, the safety standards in Europe very high. For families affected by PANS and PANDAS, access to the right treatment at the right time can make an enormous difference in the child's life. That's why the Biotech Act and the pharmaceutical package are so important. Together, they can help drive the development of new and innovative treatments for patients with rare and complex conditions. But no parent should have to worry about whether essential medicines are available when their child actually needs them the most. This is why I'm also very proud to tell you that we just concluded the Critical Medicines Act yesterday, early in the morning in this house. Okay. The Critical Medicines Act, which is a very important step also in this case, so that Europe can better develop, produce, and secure the supply of everyday medicines necessary for the treatment of even complex conditions. So, dear ladies and gentlemen, I would like to, of course, thank you for inviting me to this important event. And I want to thank you for putting PANS and PANDA higher on the European agenda. Rare should never mean invisible. Your voices matter. Your experiences matter. And your determination to improve the lives of children and families across Europe, of course, matters. So please continue raising awareness, sharing your knowledge, and advocating for better recognition, diagnosis, and care. And I'm more than happy to work with you to achieve this and help these children and their families. Thank you.
Thanks so much to Health Commissioner of Europe, Oliver Varelli. This is an historical moment in the battle that many families and pandasbge Parents Association has been carrying on for years. This is a historical moment because today, for the first time, as you remembered, here in the same room, there are doctors, researchers, parents, families, and institutional representatives. There is a person here who has no doubt in taking care of Riccardo and Liam's two Pandas kids' requests and the request of many other kids. A warm welcome to President of European Parliament, Roberta Metsola. Roberta Metsola already met Liam and Riccardo in Rome last week, a very intense moment after receiving their letter. For her, a promise kept. Please, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, caro Salvatore, Commissioner Oliver Varhelyi, Ambassador Favi, cara Federica, Presidente Lalli Fabridi, Presidents of the Pandas Parents Associations, Professors, Specialists, distinguished guests. Special hello to the families of children diagnosed with PANS and PANDAS, dear friends. I'll start by thanking Salvatore for organizing this event, bringing us together. This Parliament is fortunate to have such a committed voice on this issue, and I'd like to thank you, Commissioner, for being here. You respond to all invitations to come to the Parliament, not only to speak with us members, but also to really take a keen interest in what would otherwise not be given enough attention to. The first time I really understood what living with these complex syndromes can really feel like was in February this year, because as I was just said, I received a letter from two Italian boys, a 7-year-old Riccardo and Liam, who is 8. Riccardo said that living with PANS made him feel like a broken toy. And Liam described it as if he was in a car, driving down a highway very fast, with the brakes no longer working. And as a mother of 4 boys myself, I mean, their words really broke my heart. I wrote back to Riccardo and to Liam. I told them that I was proud of their courage, proud of the friendship that they found in each other, proud of the strength with which they face their battle every single day. And I promised them that I would meet them the first time that I had the chance. So last week when I was in Rome to mark Europe Day, I was able to keep that promise. Oggi voglio dire qualcosa direttamente.
And today I would like to say something to the parents and families of the children who have been diagnosed with PANS-PANDAS. I see here Vincenzo Casaregola. Where is he? Dimia, whom I met on Friday. Your sons and daughters are perhaps fighting an invisible battle, but they are certainly not invisible. Their pain isn't invisible, and their bravery, their courage isn't invisible. Your fear, your determination, all of this doesn't go unnoticed. Their voices have reached us, and they will not remain without an answer. I am delighted to have had the possibility of meeting up with them on Friday. They have inspired us to do a lot more, not only here, but in our communities, so that we can show more recognition to the people who are facing these battles, but also because we must fight harder to find further possibilities, early diagnosis, and better access to research. As Nicole told me on Friday, so that there is a possibility of finding a cure.
Parliament to push for more investment in research and innovation. We're already modernizing, as the Commissioner said, our our European laws, as we've worked on pharmaceutical products, so that developing medicines and therapies for syndromes such as this become faster, they become easier, and they are more attractive for innovators and investors, which is one of the largest challenges we have when numbers are small. And we will keep looking at how data can be collected and used more effectively to improve diagnosis and care. Because as the representatives of associations told me, the biggest challenge is this: identifying persons who live with syndromes such as PANS-PANDA when you don't know in certain parts of Europe where medical professionals have not been trained to identify and diagnose the syndrome correctly. So through all these efforts, we want to send a very clear message to every child living with PANS and PANDAS, and to every family still searching for answers. Since I had my meeting on Friday, I have received messages of people who have met individuals who are either suffering from this syndrome or who they believe to be. Our message is that Europe, you are not alone, that Europe stands with you, and that we are working to bring you the support, the treatment, and the hope you deserve. Because just as we are proud of your children, I want one day for you and them to be able to say that you are proud of Europe too. Thank you very much.
Thanks to President of European Parliament, Roberta Metsola. The goal here today is to build a bridge between science, healthcare, and European policies. This is the title of this meeting. Should be in video. Petronella Stoyan is the Minister of Health in Romania. Please.
Good afternoon. Esteemed Madam President, distinguished audience, it is a real honor for Romania to be present here today to this wonderful event that brings together medical expertise, civic initiative, and institutional openness around such an important subject. The study of neuroimmune disorders such as PANS and PANDAS and all of the other disorders may be associated are examples of how medicine evolves, sometimes in challenging ways, sometimes in small but necessary steps. These are conditions that remind us of how complex the human body is and how important it is to consider new perspectives when clinical reality demands it. At the time, around these years, beyond terminology and definitions, we are talking about children and families who undergo through difficult experiences, often marked by uncertainty. That is why initiatives such as this Congress have a special value in creating space for dialogue and also for understanding and for bringing all involved parties closer together. The recognition granted to this event by the President of the Italian Republic, Mr. Sergio Mattarella, reflects the fact that these topics are beginning to gain the visibility and attention in the European space. For Romania, participation to this Congress represents an opportunity to listen and to learn. It is important for us to understand progress in the field, the experiences of other countries, and the perspectives of the specialists involved. At the same time, we appreciate the role that patient communities and families play in bringing these topics to public attention. Their voice has often been an essential factor in opening the dialogue and stimulating interest in these conditions. We believe that progress in such areas is built through collaboration between medical specialties, between countries, between healthcare systems, and civil society. Events like this one, organized under the aegis of European institutions, such as the European Parliament, provide the necessary framework for such connections. At the same time, it is essential that these discussions be supported by research, exchange of best practices, and careful evaluation of the available data, so the future direction are built on solid foundations. Romania remains open to this dialogue and the following developments in the field in the spirit of European cooperation that places the patients and their real needs at its center. In conclusion, I would like to emphasize that each such meeting contributes significantly to shaping a common path, a path in which understanding grows, collaboration is strengthened, and perspectives become clearer. Thank you very much.
Thanks so much to Petronella Stoyan, Minister of Health of...
Thank you to Petronella Stoyan, the Ministry of Health of Romania.
Varily, they had to leave due to other commitment. There is a video greeting from Alessandra Locatelli. She is a Minister for Disabilities. Video is coming. Ministry of Disability of Italy. Okay, we can proceed with the video greeting from Marcello Gemmato, Under Secretary of Italian Ministry of Health. No? Okay. Okay, we can proceed with Lalli Fabridi. She is President of Pandasbge Parents Association. Thank you.
Buon pomeriggio.
Good afternoon, MEP De Meo. Today I'm here as the president of the association pandasbge. But before that and any other institutional role, I am here as a mother. I didn't know about this disorder in conferences or scientific text. I knew about it in my own home, in my children's daily lives, the silence of our battles, in the fear that slowly enters a family when a child changes suddenly and nobody is capable of explaining what is actually happening. There are experiences that entirely change the way you look at the world. For a parent, seeing their child feeling bad is one of these experiences. We all know the feeling that comes when a child is feverish, when they suffer and cry, and you would simply want to take on their pain to free them from that suffering. But when we talk about PANS and PANDAS, all of this takes on an even more difficult dimension to talk about. These syndromes often arrive suddenly. They enter a family's life without warning, and what makes everything even more traumatic is the speed with which children change. One day your child is calm, goes to school, laughs, plays, dreams of the future, and soon after you start seeing something you can't understand. Sudden fears appear, unmanageable anxieties, obsessions, continuous rituals, eating disorders, extremely violent emotional crises, behavioral and cognitive regression. And as your child changes before your very eyes, you begin desperately to search for answers. This is where many families begin their most difficult journey, a journey that is made of endless medical visits and appointments, specialists consulted one after the other, contradictory diagnoses, long waiting time, closed doors, and insufficient explanations. All of this compounded by the constant feeling of looking for something that the system itself still struggles to see. Many parents suddenly learn medical words they never wanted to know. They spend entire nights reading scientific articles, study immunology, neurology, neuropsychiatry, not because they want to, but because when your child suffers, you would do anything to find a way. Yet, too often, as well as the disease, families also have to face another pain, that of misunderstanding. Because one of the hardest things to bear is having to continually prove that your child is actually ill. It's feeling looked at with doubt. It's being told that maybe you're overreacting. Perhaps it's just a phase, they tell you, that maybe the problem doesn't really exist. And in the meantime, your child gets worse. This is what many European families are experiencing today. It's important to say it here inside the European Parliament. What we're talking about is not just about medicine. It's about how Europe chooses to protect its most vulnerable citizens. It's about the right to health, the right to diagnosis and access to treatment, the right of a European child to have the same opportunities regardless of the country in which they are born. Today, this right isn't guaranteed. This is a responsibility that we cannot ignore. Because today, in Europe, too many families are forced to move between member states to look for trained specialists. Too many families face huge private costs, even going into debt to ensure care for their children. Too many families feel abandoned at their moment of greatest fragility, and above all, too many families see their children deteriorating while the system remains stagnant. Without unnecessary drama, without rhetoric. This is simply the truth that we're telling. And people who live this experience know that time for a child is of huge value. Every month without a diagnosis can make a difference. Every year without an adequate path can leave profound marks on growth in school, in social relationships, in emotional development. This is why we're here today. I believe that the value of this meeting is extraordinary. Because this event is something that until just a few years ago seemed almost impossible. A dialogue between families, science and European institutions. Today in this room there are doctors, researchers, political representatives. There are people who come from different countries but who are trying together to build a common response. This conference is something that is profoundly new and perhaps also deeply necessary. For too long, these families have remained suspended in a vacuum. They were too clinical to be listened to by politicians, too complex to be addressed by the health system in a standardized way, too often left alone to act as a bridge between specialists, institutions and research. Today, however, for the first time, that bridge really exists and is the deepest meaning of this conference. A bridge between science, healthcare and European policies. A place where clinicians, researchers, associations, families and institutions finally sit at the same table. A place where families are not asked to choose between human listening and scientific rigor. A place where medical knowledge finally meets political responsibility. And this is precisely the direction we need in Europe. No discipline alone can deal with such great complexity. Research needs institutions, institutions need science, and both have a duty to listen to the families who experience this reality firsthand every day. This is why today we're not just here to talk about a problem. We're here to build a European response, to demand responsibility. We're here to ask that these children are finally recognized, listened to, and protected. And this response must start from three simple, tangible, and no longer postponable requests. The first one is recognising PANS and PANDAS at European level. Without this recognition, we can't have uniformity, and without uniformity, there is no equality. Without equality, the most fragile families will pay the highest price. European recognition means starting to build a common language, a shared basis for protection, training and access to health services. The second request is to launch coordinated research programs between member states. Research is key. We need more international cooperation, shared data, European registers and more investments. Europe has already demonstrated that it is capable of leading large joint scientific projects, and it can do so here as well. Every step forward in research means less time wasted for families, less suffering, more possibilities for timely diagnosis and adequate treatment. The third request is to build accessible and shared clinical pathways. Today, many families are experiencing a real health odyssey due to the lack of trained specialists and clear community protocols that can also allow continuity of care. We need multidisciplinary networks that bring together paediatricians, neurologists, child neuropsychiatrists, immunologists, schools and local services, because no child can be treated as a set of separate symptoms. No family can be left alone to try to piece together what the system is supposed to coordinate. Honourable members of the European Parliament, today we're not asking for certainties. Science will continue to do its job, and rightly so. We ask you not to transform uncertainty into immobility. In the meantime, children are growing up and childhood doesn't wait. Children can't put their lives on hold until all the scientific discussions are over. They can't wait years to be heard or to have access to adequate care. And I believe that Europe's value is also measured in this, in its ability to protect the most vulnerable people, precisely at the time when it is most difficult. As parents, we know how hard this is, but we also know about hope. In spite of everything, these children continue to teach us something extraordinary every day: resilience. They teach us courage and what it means to keep fighting, even when the world around us doesn't fully understand what you're experiencing. Today, I would like to ask you a very simple thing. When you leave this room, don't just remember the words PANS or PANDAS. Remember the faces of the children behind these acronyms. Remember the families who travel Europe looking for an answer. Remember the mothers and fathers who try to reassure their children every evening, even when they themselves are afraid. Remember the children who maybe smile in front of others and then collapse as soon as they get home, because they're fighting something huge inside themselves. Behind every fold and every clinical data, there is a life. Behind every diagnosis, there is a family. Behind every delay, there is a piece of childhood that risks being lost. Some pains don't make headlines. They don't make a noise. They don't interrupt the world order. They slowly enter homes and change everything in silence. The way a mother breathes, the way a father imagines a future, the way a child looks at themselves. And perhaps the most cruel part of suffering is this: becoming invisible while continuing to struggle every day. An invisible child doesn't stop suffering just because their pain is difficult to explain. An invisible family doesn't stop feeling alone just because the system hasn't yet found words that are accurate enough to define what they're experiencing. You know, I think there's one thing that all parents in the world have in common. When we watch our children sleep in that fragile and perfect silence, we always imagine them happy in the future. We imagine them free, protected, listened to, and never alone. No parent imagines that one day they will have to go to hospitals, bureaucracy, doubts and borders just to obtain the right to care for their child. No parent imagines that they will have to fight against diseases and the indifference of people. Yet today many families are going through this. So I believe that the highest task of the institutions is not only to govern but also to recognise pain when it becomes invisible. There are sufferings that don't make a noise. They slowly enter homes, change days, consume energy, dreams and serenity. And they often remain hidden behind closed doors while the world continues to carry on as normal. But a child who suffers in silence affects us all, always. The way we choose to care for the most fragile children will say much more than any speech about what kind of Europe we want to build. I dream of a Europe in which no parent has to feel alone. A Europe in which seeking treatment doesn't mean crossing borders. A Europe that is capable of looking at these children not as complex problems, but as precious lives. In the end, behind all our requests, behind research, behind regulations, scientific and political tables, there is a very simple question that every parent carries in their heart. Who will protect my child when I no longer have the strength to do it? Today we're here because we believe that Europe can be part of the answer. Europe is, first of all, the choice not to leave behind those who are most vulnerable. Today, the most vulnerable are children who are waiting for someone to finally say, "We see you, we believe you, you're not alone." There are invisible wounds that leave deep marks when a child grows up feeling unseen, not understood and not protected. So we ask you not to let these children remain invisible. We ask you to listen to them, even when they can't explain their pain. We ask you to build a future in which no family will ever have to choose between hope and loneliness, because every child deserves care and time. A society that knows how to protect its most fragile children is a society that still has the ability to be humane. Today, as a mother, even before being a president of an association, I ask you a very simple thing. Don't let these children become just a footnote in scientific papers or a marginal topic in health policies. Allow them to have a future. Allow these families to go back to doing what every family should be able to do. Plan for tomorrow without fear. Because in the end, behind every research, behind every conference, every political decision, there is always the same image. A child holding out their hand and a parent who would do anything not to let go. Today that hand has reached this place, inside the European Parliament. I ask you, with all the strength that a mother can have, not to let go. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. President. We should have the video greeting from Marcello Gemmato, Undersecretary of Health in Italy.
Pomeriggio a tutte e a tutti.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'd like to thank, first of all, the President Lalli for the kind invitation and for this invite to talk about pandas and pans. I'm sorry I can't be there, but I have at the moment a simultaneous institutional meeting. I think that the presence of Roberta Metsola is a witness to the fact that this topic is now central in the European Union. The PANS and PANDAS syndromes are very complex, affects children and adults, and have an impact on the quality of life, theirs and of their families. And it requires more attention in terms of diagnosis, research, and treatment. In the last years, the awareness has been risen thanks to the patients' associations and parents' associations that came to the ministry and that brought this topic to the attention of the Ministry of Health, which favored a meeting, a technical meeting between various associations and scientific personalities in order to consider the PANS and Pandas syndromes are rare illnesses. It is very important to pursue this dialogue with an initiative like this one today, with all the associations and stakeholders united. Thank you for the invitation, and I wish you all the best. Thank you.
Of Italian Ministry of Health, near me, he is Sabrina Alberini, the lawyer of pandasbge Parents Association. Please.
Onorevole De Meo, onorevoli membri del Parlamento europeo, intervengo oggi in qualità di legale dell'Associazione Genitori pandasbge, che rappresenta famiglie e minori accomunati
which represent families and minors united by the same experience, that of children suddenly affected by acute, severe, disabling and neuropsychiatric syndromes, too often left with clear recognition, without homogeneous therapeutic paths and without adequate legal protection, especially without appropriate legal protection. The issue we bring to your attention today is not just a clinical problem, but it concerns how the European Union intends to put its founding principles into practice when children's fundamental rights meet scientific uncertainty, legal fragmentation, and inequalities between national health systems. The PANS syndromes, pediatric acute onset neuropsychiatric syndrome, and PANDAS, pediatric autoimmune neuropsychiatric disorders associated with streptococcal infections, are conditions characterized by a sudden and dramatic onset of neuropsychiatric symptoms in previously healthy children. We talk about children who, within a few days, sometimes within a few hours, develop severe obsessive-compulsive disorder, OCD, motor and vocal tics, cognitive regression, behavioral alterations, extreme anxiety, food restrictions, sleep disorders, school impairment, and loss of personal autonomy. The internal scientific literature, while it maintains open areas of debate, highlights with increasing consistency the involvement of immunological and neuroinflammatory mechanisms, including post-infectious autoimmune phenomena, alterations of the basal ganglia, and molecular mimicry processes, like those we observe in other pediatric and neuroimmune diseases. And that's precisely the central point. We are not faced with an absence of evidence. We are faced with evolving evidence, scientific knowledge that is not yet completely uniform, but already sufficiently relevant to impose a legal and institutional reflection. In terms of European law, in fact, the protection of fundamental rights can't be subordinated to the expectation of absolute scientific certainty. The EU legal system already developed through the jurisprudence of the Court of Justice and through the precautionary principle, a model in which institutions are called upon to intervene even in the presence of uncertainty, when inaction risks producing serious, irreversible or discriminatory damage. And in the case of PANS and Pandas syndromes, inaction is not neutral. Because today, in the EU, the clinical and legal fate of a child suffering from these syndromes too often depends on the country in which he or she is born. In some member states, there are specialized centers clinical protocols and multidisciplinary pathways, but in others, these conditions are not formally recognized, there are no guidelines, no dedicated medical training, even, and the families are forced to face a path made up of diagnostic delays, isolation, administrative disputes, to obtain school care and support. This fragmentation has consequences that are profoundly incompatible with European legal framework. Article 35 of the Charter of Fundamental Rights of the European Union states that everyone has the right to preventive health care and to benefit from medical care, ensuring a high level of protection of human health in all Union policies. Article 24 of the Charter of Fundamental Rights requires that in all decisions concerning children, the best interests of the child must be a primary consideration. Finally, Article 21 of the same Charter prohibits any form of discrimination. Yet, today, 2 European children suffering from the same syndrome can receive radically different treatment only because of the member states to which they belong. This means that health inequality inevitably turns into legal inequality. We cannot ignore that the right to health in the European legal system is not an abstract principle. It is a fundamental right that imposes positive obligations on the member states and on the institutions of the Union. These obligations are also clearly reflected in Directive 2011/24 on cross-border healthcare, which recognizes the right of European citizens to access and be reimbursed for medical treatment in other member states. The Directive 24 of 2011 stems from an essential principle. No European citizens should be deprived of access to care due to the limitations of his or her national health system. However, in the case of PANS and Pandas syndromes, this right is likely to become purely theoretical. When a pathology is not formally recognized, when there are no shared national protocols, when the health authorities deny the very existence of the clinical condition, the right to European health mobility becomes de facto unenforceable. And it is here that the jurisprudence of the Court of Justice of the European Union takes on fundamental relevance. Let me give you some examples. In the call against the Union des Caisses de Maladie, C-158 of 96, the court ruled that the unjustified restrictions on access to treatment in other member states is an obstacle to the fundamental freedoms guaranteed by the treaties. In the Decker case, C-120/95, the court reiterated that European citizens may not be prevented from obtaining health care within the European Union. In the Watts case, C-372 of 2004, the court clarified that the right to care also includes the right to receive treatment within clinically appropriate timeframes. Above all, finally, in the Petru case, C-268 of 2013, the patient's right to go abroad when the national health system is unable to guarantee effective and timely treatment was recognized. Honorable members of the European Parliament, ladies and gentlemen, these principles do not belong to theory. They detail what is happening to many PANS and Pandas families in Europe today. Families forced to move from one member state to another to get a diagnosis. Families forced to bear enormous health costs privately. And families who face complex administrative procedures in order to obtain reimbursements that are often denied precisely because of the absence of a uniform recognition of the disease. The consequence of it all is a real compression of the freedom of movement of European patients and the principle of equality in access to care. But a further profile cannot be overlooked. PANS and PANDAS syndromes affect minors. Yes, of course. But when the EU law is confronted with the protection of minors, the level of protection required must necessarily be higher. The UN Conventions on the Child's Rights, ratified by all the member states of the European Union, establishes in its Article 24 the right of the child to the best possible standard of health and access to the necessary health services. European Pillar of Social Rights, jointly proclaimed by the Parliament, the Council and the Commission, recognizes in Principle 16 the right of every individual to timely access quality, preventive and therapeutic healthcare. The Council of Europe's Oviedo Convention reaffirms the principle of equal access to care and the protection of human dignity in the field of biomedicine. All these tools converge towards a common principle. The child cannot be left unprotected due to scientific uncertainty or administrative fragmentation. And this is why today we are calling for European accountability. We are not asking for scientific shortcuts. We are not calling for the imposition of a single treatment protocol or for the replacement of the competence of the member states in health matters. We call on the European Union to play its role within its competences in coordinating, harmonizing, and protecting fundamental rights. We call for the recognition of the PANS and PANDAS syndromes at the European level through a resolution of the European Parliament, a communication from the Commission or other institutional instruments that will make it possible to overcome the current fragmentation. A European recognition would not mean imposing definitive scientific truths, but recognizing the existence of a complex health issue that needs protection, research, and coordination. Secondly, we call for coordinated research programs between the member states within the framework of instruments such as Horizon Europe, that we mentioned before, Horizon Europe, EU4Health, and the European Biomedical Research Networks. Today, scientific fragmentation produces dispersion of data, absence of shared registries, epidemiological difficulties, and delays in the development of uniform diagnostic criteria. But Europe already has the tools to tackle complex diseases through transnational cooperation. The European reference networks, created specifically for rare and highly complex diseases, are a pre-existing model that could be extended or adapted to these syndromes as well. Finally, we call for the construction, the setting up of accessible, shared, and multidisciplinary clinical pathways in all member states, because today too many families receive late diagnoses. Too many children lose school years and are directed exclusively towards a psychiatric path without an appropriate immunological, neurological, and pediatric in-depth study. The setting up of shared European clinical pathways would mean guaranteeing training for pediatricians, child and neuropsychiatrists, guidelines based on available scientific evidence, interdisciplinary cooperation, uniform access to early diagnosis, and reduction of territorial inequalities. And it would mean, above all, transforming the principle of equality into concrete protection. Dear members of the European Parliament, ladies and gentlemen, the history of the European Union is also the history of the evolution of the protection of fundamental rights. Many medical conditions that are now fully recognized have gone through initial stages of uncertainty, resistance, and fragmentation. The task of the European institutions is not to wait passively for every scientific controversy to dissolve, but to ensure that in the meantime, no citizen, especially no child, is deprived of the opportunity to be heard, cared for, and above all, protected. The real question we must ask ourselves today is simple. Will the European Union accept that a child's right to health depends on where they live? Will it accept that access to diagnosis and treatment is determined by administrative fragmentation and not by the needs of the patient? Will the European Union accept that the scientific uncertainty becomes an alibi for institutional inertia? We believe not. We believe that the founding principles of the Union, human dignity, equality, solidarity, protection of fundamental rights, require coordinated action, because the protection of the health of children is not just a medical issue, but a question of European legal civilization. And today Europe can show and demonstrate that no child can be left behind because of a legal vacuum, scientific fragmentation, or for an institutional backwardness. Thank you very much.
Thanks to Sabrina Alberini. We tried to launch the video greeting from Alessandra Locatelli, Italian Minister for Disabilities.
Buongiorno a tutti, grazie per l'occasione che mi date di portare un saluto, una riflessione in questo momento di incontro.
Good afternoon. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to intervene here at a conference on Pandas that has been organised by European institutions and organisations alike. We have many government organisations, and there are some of these associations that I would like to recall, and I would like to extend my greetings to all the families and the associations who are helping these children in order to ensure that they have a better future, thanks to early detection and treatments, not only in terms of their health perspectives, but also from a social perspective. I would like to recall that every person is entitled to good health and well-being. But all of us we're all born not only to be in good health, but to also have a good social life and good interpersonal relations, and above all, that they choose freely what we're aiming for, apart from well-being and good health, and for those who wish to do so, to a career and the right to have fun and engage in leisure activity is the right to be happy. And we must never forget this. It's a fundamental thing in everybody's lives. Even in the most difficult circumstances, every person has a right to be happy. This is a humane approach that we must bear in mind, but it's also a perspective that looks at people's potentials and doesn't stop at their limitations. We must join forces, and here I wish to congratulate all the honourable speakers who will be taking the floor in today's conference, who are internationally renowned, and I would like to thank them for everything you do on a daily basis. We need to join forces to change the order of priorities in our respective countries in order to put people first place with their needs alongside their families who need support, adequate help, and as we said, scientific research, exchanges, as well as being accompanied, but also targeted interventions that aim to put people centre stage. This is the biggest challenge that we can only win and overcome if we all do our part. Thank you. I wish to meet you in person in Italy or any other part of our beautiful world. Thank you very much.
Minister Alessandra Locatelli, a special greeting to Councillor Marco Salaris, Coordinator to Agriculture, Fisheries, Health, Labour and Social Policies sector at the permanent representation of Italy to the European Union. A special greetings to Associazione Nazionale Finanziari d'Italia for the support. Nicole Minardi is a standard bearer of the Italian Republic. She gives us an appeal from young patients, first-hand testimony representing children's voices. Nicole.
Sapete cosa prova un bambino quando da un momento all'altro?
Do you know what a child feels when from one moment to the next their world breaks down? It's not a pain you can point to with your finger. It's not a scraped knee. It's as if someone, while you're asleep, entered your head and changed all the locks. You wake up and your house is no longer yours. Your mind no longer obeys you. Until yesterday, you were running, playing and smiling. Today, suddenly, you're afraid of a speck of dust. You have tics that shake your body as if you're a broken puppet. You hear anxious voices screaming at you and that everything is dangerous. And the most terrible thing isn't the disease, it's the look of adults. You see your parents crying secretly in the kitchen, arguing with each other because they don't know how to help you. You see doctors shaking their heads and saying that you're spoiled and that you want to attract attention, that it's just stress and that you have apprehensive parents. At that moment, a child dies twice. They die from the inflammation that is burning their brain, and they die from the indifference of those who should protect them. I spent 7 years in a dark corridor, 7 years in which I asked for help with my eyes because my voice was blocked by obsessions and tics that gave me no respite. Do you know what it feels like to be told that you have nothing when you feel like everything inside you is falling apart? You feel wrong. You feel guilty for your family. You feel like a ghost screaming in a room full of people covering their ears. Today, I'm here recovering from symptoms that lasted 3 years, thanks to those who had the courage to turn on the light, Professor Fernanda Falcini and Professor Carlo Capone. They saw and heard the me who was screaming and was trapped. They saw and saved me. But as I speak, at this very moment, there is a child in Spain, in Belgium, Germany, France, who's curled up on the floor in their bedroom, scared and wondering why their body is betraying them. There is a mother who is searching on Google for an answer to the state that the state doesn't give her. So I ask you, how much is that child's life worth? How much is a year of lost childhood worth? I lost 7. You see, indifference is a luxury we can no longer afford, because every denied diagnosis is an act of cruelty. Pandas is like a suitcase that is full of dirty, heavy, wet clothes. It is a suitcase that our families drag from hospital to hospital. It's a hot suitcase that smells of fear and tiredness. When we're in front of many doctors, the response is often the same. They turn to the other way. Nobody wants to get their hands dirty. No one wants to uncover the burden of pain because it's uncomfortable. It calls into question what you think you know. It's easier to say it doesn't exist than to take responsibility for treating it. Today I leave this suitcase here in front of you. You can't pretend it's not in the middle of the room anymore. I ask you to have the courage to open it, to get your hands dirty, to change the laws, and to finally deal with what no one ever wants to hear about. Behind that name that many struggle to pronounce, there are lives that scream. However, words don't really reach where the soul reaches, and if my voice isn't enough to make you feel the weight of that suitcase, then we will show it through images. See what it means to live in darkness. Look at us, and then, please, choose not to forget us again.
Nicole, thank you for your emotional words.
Pandas is a rare neuropsychiatric syndrome that affects the central nervous system in children. It typically appears overnight with various symptoms such as tics, anxiety, obsessive-compulsive disorder, aggressiveness, sleeping issues, and muscle spasms.
Mati, con calma. Mati.
Mettiti sul divano, Fabio.
The only way to treat the syndrome and increase the chances of recovery from it is to receive an early diagnosis. Nowadays, however, more than 30 years after its discovery, there are too many cases in which this condition goes undiagnosed or it is diagnosed late. Due to the lack of specific diagnostic tests or an incorrect assessment of symptoms.
Sento che me la hai toccata. Sento. Sì.
Io l'ho toccato solo i capelli, hai ragione. Ma poi le mamme le toccano tutte i bambini. Le mamme le toccano tutte i bambini. La rabbia non basta così.
Perché piangi per il piccolo bambino?
Tua mamma
Amore, è stato
devastating impact of this syndrome does not just affect the patient, but the entire family. Raising awareness about PANS Pandas with other parents, doctors, and educators contributes to improving the quality of life of people affected by it and their families. A correct and timely treatment makes patients and their families smile again.
Vai Mati, cosa stai facendo papi? Cosa ti stai preparando? Oh, ma devi farmela buona amore, Va bene?
Allora, ciao Riccardo, come stai? Aspetta, ascolta.
Amore, buongiorno, il trucco è già sbiadito, Angelina, tu sei così bella.
Help us spread awareness about PANS Pandas. An early diagnosis can make the difference.
An emotional words and an emotional video. Thanks to all the representatives of institutions and a special thank to Salvatore De Meo. As you said, Brussels is not a destination, but a starting point. Thank you so much. We know that the ultimate goal is the recognition of PANS Pandas syndrome. It means a reliable diagnosis and an effective and uniform treatment pathways across all countries. We first have a scientific session now, then the contributions from many associations. Please, I call here and greet the two scientific coordinators of this meeting, Doctors Timubi and Alberto Spalice. There are many and important speakers. Today, I kindly ask to all speakers to respect timing for your presentation. Alberto Spalice is a professor of pediatrics, director of the pediatrics unit, Department of Maternal and Child Health and Urogynecological Sciences at Sapienza University of Rome. PANS syndrome, an Italian perspective. Please.
Thank you, Alberto. Good afternoon to everybody. It's a great pleasure to be here all together. I think that it could be a great day. At the end of the day, we can draw some conclusion, I hope. So, first of all, I just 1 minute to thank Stefania Ganci, Chetti, Lalli Fabridi e Vincenzo Casarevola for organizing such a wonderful meeting. My talk, I think that at the beginning I would just address some points in the classification and how and why we had to suspect PANS diagnosis. Per andare avanti?
Is there a remote control?
No. Okay, thank you very much. So, this is the historical paper from Susan Suedo in 1998. She described this cohort of patients, 50 cases, and the peculiarity of these patients are the abrupt onset of tic disorder and neuropsychiatric symptoms like OCD and so on. This patient have a previous infection with a streptococcal one, and so she decided to put together and call this syndrome the pediatric autoimmune neuropsychiatric disorder associated with streptococcal infection, Pandas 1. In the time, we observed a lot of patients who had symptoms not triggered by a streptococcal infection. So in 2012, the top researcher of the period, Susan Suedo, Kiki Chang, and the group of Stanford University decided to call the syndrome in another way. The next slide, please. And so they decided to call PANS, and PANS, the pediatric acute onset neuropsychiatric syndrome, encompass the PANDAS. So maybe that the triggering PANS are, for example, a mycoplasma infection, and in PANDAS the trigger is absolutely the streptococcal one. Next slide, please. So this is a paper written by Lucia Leonardi. This is one of my collaborators. It's a review paper, and you can see on the table the different characteristics of the two syndromes. What I should what I suggest to keep in mind is the abrupt onset. All the family described very well the starting of the symptom. In the morning, you see another children. So if someone have the possibility to listen to the parents, and the parents said, okay, my boy this morning is totally different from the night, this could be the first symptom. And this is important, as you have heard before from the speaker before, that the diagnosis is absolutely important at the beginning. Then there are a lot of other symptoms, but you heard this morning from the expert of the European health how these children can present the symptomatology. So I don't want to spend much time. Next slide, please. And during the year, we understand some points. Someone in the group of Herb Lachman discovered, for example, a genetic predisposition. Maybe that some genes may play a role in some patient, and this could explain why in some patient the streptococcus infection play a role and in other one not. Or the psychophysical stress. We see during the COVID-19 a lot of patients who have symptoms not triggered by the infection, but due to the particular situation. The brain imaging studies are not so clear. I see in the afternoon that we can absolutely listen to a speak on the brain MRI, but we know from the literature that we see absolutely little or nothing on the brain MRI. Maybe that we have not yet studied in deep this type of brain, or maybe that we can need absolutely new technology, perhaps with brain imaging with 3.5 Tesla or something like that. Next one. So this is the topic paper of Dritan Agaliu, so I don't absolutely speak a word because Dritan is a very brilliant researcher, and this is a peculiar discovered because he addressed the importance of the immunological system in patient with Pandas syndrome. We know from the past that the neuroimmunological pathologies are absolutely important in pediatrics. I cite, for example, some epileptic encephalopathies that doesn't respond to the classical treatment and respond very well to the immunoglobulin treatment. And so we absolutely know that the neuroimmunosystem has some link and play an important role also in Pandas disorder. Next one. And this is again our review. We know that in some patients, this could play absolutely a role in trigger the Pandas syndrome. Next one. Unfortunately, we don't have at the moment the biomarker. So we can find in some patient the increased level or some interleukin, as you see in the slides, or unfortunately also the Cunningham panel. You know very well the Cunningham panel discovered by Madeline Cunningham are absolutely non-conclusive and could be used as a marker. We know that the gut-brain axis could play an important role. You see in some patients that when you do some dietary auxilium, you found some improvement in their clinical picture. Here in the room is Fernanda Falcini, who is one of the founder of the Pandas patients in Italy in 2014 when we have the first Congress, and she's one of the most expert in this field, absolutely. Next one. So, the Italian perspective. As you heard in the beginning of the morning, at the half of the morning, Marcello Gemmato said that we have some technical table and on a scientific point of view for trying to do something to have some point in the diagnosis, treatment, and so on. So the technical table was founded in thanks to Nicole Minardi, who speak with our Prime Minister, Giorgia Meloni, and she asked us to do something for this kind of patient. So we try to analyze from the literature all the papers that we have till 2025, because we have the conclusion of the table in 2025. Next slide. I will go quickly, but this just to explain how we analyze literature from an epidemiology point of view, neurological and neuropsychiatric manifestation, treatment, therapy, public health, and so on. And so we found, for example, the panel of expertise analyze all the papers and then decided if they are of some importance or not, and if all the panel agree in the importance. Next one. The next is too complicated. Next, thank you. Next, also for me. So this is the level of agreement, for example, in design of clinical studies. So all the technical tables entirely agree on all the papers who are of great importance, and so on. You can go on with the slide, but I don't want to take time because we are a bit late. Okay, go on, please. Okay, that's fine. So at the end of the analysis, sorry for the slide that is in Italian, we decided to draw some conclusion listing some algorithm, okay, in order to be more precise in the diagnosis, what kind of analysis we have to done, if we have to done genetic analysis or not, if we have to done lumbar puncture or not, and what we have to do from a therapeutic point of view. I think that debate could be very, very difficult, okay, because everyone have different opinion, but we have to stay together and decide what to do. For example, if you have a precocious diagnosis and the trigger is a streptococcal infection, I think we all together are online deciding to do antibiotics. Are you okay or not? Do you think the same? Okay, good. If you see severe cases because the diagnosis is not immediate, you have to use some other kind of drugs, and I think that immunoglobulin or plasmapheresis may absolutely add something in this kind of patient, okay? This is what we have write down over there, analyzing the literature, not Alberto Spalice thought, okay? Next one. And I just arrived at a conclusion in order to have time for the discussion, and because we are a little late. The meeting is important, okay? This is a picture in which we have the possibility to meet the expert. One of the pictures take the meeting in Pavia when Salvatore Savasta was over there, and we met for the first time Drita Nagaglio and Susan Suedo. It was an honor for us. Next one. This is the Expand member organization. So we know that there is an organization that encompasses all the European organization, and all the organization had to work together, as you will see in the afternoon in the second part of the Congress. So this could be a very, very good idea. Next one. Okay, this just to add who are the scientific and medical advisory board, but it's not important, just to point out that myself and team are over there. Next one. This is the letter that I have to put at the beginning of the Pandas perspective in Italian, because it was the letter of the Italian Society of Pediatrics, who absolutely invite us to do something for this kind of patient. The last two slides are absolutely important, in my opinion. You have to think on this slide. Pandas isn't rare, it's just rarely diagnosed. I think we have everyone to put in mind this slide. The last one is, because as you heard, the 8th of May, we have the possibility to meet Roberta Mezzola, and I am here. And Mia, the daughter of Vincenzo, have a tremendous passion for one of the singers who is Sia. And one of the song of Sia, that is Titanium, I don't know if you know the song, have these three lines. You shoot me down, but I won't fall, I am titanium. And this is very okay for the family and for the children. Okay? Thank you very much for your attention.
Thanks to Alberto Spalice. I will ask for a comment, a short comment later to Team Ubi at the end of the session as a question time. Now I call here Drita Nagaglio from United States of America, professor of neurology at the Columbia University Irving Medical Center. He talks about mechanism of brain pathology in Pandas pans, lessons from animal models and human studies. I'm sorry, I will give 2 warnings, 5 minutes to the end and 1 minute to the end.
Okay.
Thank you. I'm sorry, I'm a bad guy.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you so much for being here. I would like to thank in particular Katie for her introduction. Next slide, please. So a lot of the work I'm going to present today would not have been possible without both funding from the US federal government as well as a lot of private foundation and donors. I'm also in addition of being a professor at Columbia University, I'm also the Chief Scientific Officer of Pandas Network, and which is a private nonprofit organization for the disease in US. Next slide. So I wanted to open the discussion today by putting a little bit of the framework of what we're meeting in terms of discussions about Pandas and PANS and how this is brought up at the European Union. And obviously, Dr. Spalice discussed briefly the major difference between Pandas and PANS, but I want to point out a few of the demographics down there that basically 82% of clinicians lack awareness in the European Union about the disease, and then obviously 1 in 5 of these EU patients, are diagnosed, and basically there is 0 EU-wide clinical guidelines for the disease. And I think these are important statistics to keep in mind because this is not the case for a lot of other diseases. Next slide, please. So when we think about Pandas and PANS, Pandas in particular, we know that this is triggered by group A streptococci, and these are gram-positive bacteria that are notoriously known for triggering a very strong immune response. And the immune response usually is generated to target the bacterium, but at the same time, it targets other organs, including the heart, the kidney, the skin, as well as the brain. And in the brain, the two diseases that is mostly associated is Sydenham's chorea, which is the basically neurological manifestation of the rheumatic fever, as well as Pandas that was just described by Dr. Policie. Next slide. And so there are, when we think about this in the context of the EU, there are many clinical, there are several hurdles. There are clinical, diagnostic hurdles, there are treatment hurdles, and then there are law hurdles, right? Legal hurdles. But I'm just going to focus on the diagnostic hurdles for the purpose of this discussion. So there's clear, in the World Health Organization, there is no clear ICD code, right? So basically, whenever a patient is diagnosed, there's no clear ICD code, and therefore there's no guideline for the treatment. There is a big scientific controversy about the disease, and the biggest one is the MTX study, which was focused predominantly on ticks, and therefore the study has been used in many countries, in particular in Germany, to basically argue against the existence of Pandas in the European Union. There are no EU-wide clinical guidelines, and there are countries like Germany, France, Spain, Poland, where there is basically nothing. There is zero guidelines on the disease. And then, as Dr. Policie mentioned, there are no validated biomarkers. And so the talk I'm going to give today is to address some of these issues. And I'm going to focus on the two, the scientific controversy as well as the biomarkers issue. So let's go to the next slide. So to address to understand a little bit the disease, I'm a basic scientist who also does translational research. And so in order to do that, we had to develop a mouse model for the disease. And the mouse model that we developed is this model in which we do intranasal infections with group A strep repeatedly. And over the course of the time, the mice developed a pathology in the brain. So next slide. Can you click next? So the bacteria shown there in green resides mostly in the nose, around a tissue called the nose-associated lymphoid tissue, which is the equivalent to the human tonsils in humans. Next. But we were wondering whether the immune cells that are generated around the tissue to fight the bacteria can enter the brain. And in 2016, in this study done in collaboration with Patrick Cleary, which was formerly at the University of Minnesota, we showed that indeed repeated but not single infections with group A strep can trigger an invasion of the immune cells in the central nervous system, in particular lymphocytes. Next slide. And we showed that the presence of the lymphocytes, next slide, is associated with blood-brain barrier leakage. Next slide. Activation of the innate immune cells of the brain called the microglia. Next slide. As well as the damage of the synapses, which are important for how neurons communicate with each other. Next slide. And so more recently, in a study that was just accepted in Nature Communications, we wanted to understand more globally how each cell of the brain responds to group A strep infections. And to do that, we wanted to understand how the component of the cell called RNA, which makes a lot of the proteins important for the cells, is changing. And so a technique that is now very commonly used to address this question is called the single-cell RNA sequencing, when you isolate all the cells in the brain and you look for differences in the content of their RNA between the two conditions. In our case, would be a control as well as mice that received repeated infections with group A strep. Next slide. And so what this complex graph called UMAP shows is that indeed there is a major change in the RNA contact in all cells of the brain, but the cells that respond most dramatically are two cell types, the microglia, the innate immune cells of the brain, as well as the endothelial cells. Next slide. So when we look at the changes in endothelial cells, we see that they upregulate several genes classes that are important for the immune response, including antigen presentation, the interferon response, the response to liposaccharides or bacteria. Next slide. And then they downregulate a lot of their blood-brain barrier properties, which are a property that is characteristic of the brain endothelial cells to restrict the infiltration of the immune cells and pathological antibodies in the brain. And you can see here in this complex heat map, as well as the immunofluorescence, that a lot of the proteins that are present in the blood-brain barrier are downregulated after repeated group A strep infections. So this is consistent with the studies we found before that the blood-brain barrier function is gone bad. Next slide. The second cell type, which has dramatic changes in the RNA content, is microglia. So these are our innate immune cells of the brain, and normally they're there to protect the neurons and to regulate the neuronal function, but they also surveil the brain for any pathogens that come in. And so you can see that there are dramatic shifts in microglia, including upregulation in antigen presentation, the interferon response, and the production of pro-inflammatory cytokines. So I'm going to skip a few slides for the sake of time, so you can go to the next slide, and the next slide. You can skip this slide. So can you go back to the previous slide? Sorry. So this slide just shows that a lot of these pathological defects we see in the brain depend on the lymphocytes. When the lymphocytes are not there, you have a reduction in a lot of this brain pathology, and we have confirmed this now with a transcriptomic analysis. So go forward a few slides. Next one, next one. Okay, so the question now is, why do we care? You know, obviously, what's the clinical relevance of this? So go forward, one more slide there. So in order to do that, we basically decided to do an unbiased screen in the sera of Pandas or PANS patients versus controls to look what of the inflammatory cytokines were upregulated at the acute phase of the disease. Next slide. And what we found is that several pro-inflammatory cytokines, 13 out of 45, were highly upregulated in the sera of Pandas and PANS patients compared to controls, including many of them that are expressed by activated microglia and macrophages, Th17 lymphocytes, and those that impair the function of the blood-brain barrier. So the next one, and I'm showing you some of these. In particular, these ones are the very cytokines that we also found highly upregulated in the microglia in our mouse studies, suggesting that, yes, mouse studies are important and they're highly relevant to understanding the human disease. But the question is, how do these cytokines in the sera from the patients affect the human blood-brain barrier? The next slide. So in order to do that, we developed this fancy system using a Dutch platform called the Mimetas platform that basically incorporates, one more slide ahead, that incorporates 3 cell types that are present at the neurovascular unit: endothelial cells, astrocytes, and pericytes. And when you put them together, they form this beautiful 3D system that looks just like the human brain. Go forward, one more slide. And so there we exposed the system to sera from either Pandas patients or to control, and then we measured the permeability of the blood-brain barrier, shown in yellow. And as you can see here, sera from Pandas patients increased significantly the permeability of the human blood-brain barrier in this 3D model system compared to control. One more slide forward, one more slide forward. And so our findings suggest that indeed there is a strong neuroinflammatory component in this disease, and patients, at least in the acute phase of this disease, have a large number of inflammatory cytokines. It's not just one, It's a conglomerate, at least 13 of them, that could be used both for diagnostic purposes, but also to monitor treatment in these patients. And that perhaps drugs that target this neuroinflammatory response may be beneficial for treatment. The last slide I have, so I want to bring back the question of the EU regulations here. And so, as I mentioned, one of the biggest problems is that when we talk about children who have acute onset OCD, there is always a discussion, well, you know, this is really not a disease of the brain. This is, you know, there is no, you know, inflammatory component in this. And I think our studies clearly show that that's not the case. There is a neuroinflammatory basis for the disease that underlies many of these syndromes. And I think that there has to be a stronger push to really bring back basic and clinical studies in order to understand the disease. The other question that I want to bring in here is our studies, which I didn't have time to discuss, suggest that the IL-17A and IL-17A receptor are critical regulators of the pathology in the brain. So there are a lot of drugs that target IL-17, right? And as well as IVIG. And so I think it's important that we need to bring these at the forefront for the treatment. And then finally, I discussed here that at least we have in our hands a panel that potentially could be useful as a biomarker. Now, at the current moment, we have very few number of patients, and obviously we need to have larger studies with a lot of patients. And this cannot be done in a fragmented way. In one country, 5 patients, in another country, 5 patients. So we need to have a unified way to do this. And the only way to do this, which I think would be a power, is to do this system-wide at the EU system by bringing together patients from different countries and conducting large studies, similar to what has been done for Alzheimer's disease, CADASIL, multiple sclerosis. There are many, many very strong EU studies that have come for this disease. And with this, I'm going to conclude here.
Thanks. Thanks to Drita Nagaliu.
Thank you.
Thank you. I call here Kotika Cristina Georgiana from Romania, psychiatrist, co-founder of Dr. Kotika Clinic. In the meantime, I ask a short comment to Team Ubi.
Yeah, I mean, really interesting science there, Dritten. Thank you so much for that. So, Dritten, it was interesting your data on the blood-brain barrier permeability. And so just raise your hand if you agree with this. You're proposing that there may be 13 proteins involved in the increase in permeability of the blood-brain barrier. Is that right? Sorry, Dritten.
Repeat the question one more time.
Yeah, I'm just fascinated by the work that you did looking at the permeability of the blood-brain barrier. And did you come to the conclusion that there were 13 proteins that may be involved in that process?
Yes. So we, so the picture I showed are from sera, but basically in the study we're doing, we're also individually tested separate cytokines, and they have effect, but obviously the stronger effect is when they're in an additive mode, obviously. But in patients, we had detected 13 that were very significant. Now, there might be more, but obviously we need a larger cohort, and hopefully we can do this in collaboration with other groups. But it's important also to know exactly what stage of disease you're dealing with. Yeah. We were very focused on a very acute phase of the disease and on a pretty much very clean cohort. But obviously, you know, depending on the stage, things could look very differently.
Amazing, thank you.
Thank you. Kotika Cristina Georgiana.
Yes. Good afternoon, everyone. It is an honor for me to be here today. I am Dr. Kotika Cristina.
If you prefer to stay there.
It's okay either way.
No problem.
Okay, I will stay here.
Okay.
Come on, Christina,
okay.
come on.
We have the video streaming. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
The live streaming, okay. Thank you so much, Doctor. So good afternoon, everyone. It is an honor for me to be here today. My name is Cotica Cristina Georgiana, and I am a psychiatrist based in Iași, Romania. I work alongside my husband, I also represent today, Dr. Cotica George Bogdan, a child and adolescent psychiatrist. Together, we run what is currently the only dedicated neurodevelopmental clinic in Romania, serving both children and adults with autism spectrum disorder and related conditions. We do not came here as Pandas specialists. We came here as frontline clinicians who kept seeing something that looks like a pattern. We are the first point of contact for these families. They reach us after years of searching for answers. And within that already complex population of neurodevelopmental patients, we are increasingly seeing something that does not fit the standard trajectory. Acute psychiatric onset, sudden deterioration, some of them temporarily linked to an infection. I want to be transparent from the outset. We are not here to present a completed study, nor to claim diagnostic certainty in a field where international consensus is still being built. We are here to describe what we observe, to ask the right questions, and to join a conversation that Romania urgently needs to be part of. Our practice centers on patients with neurodevelopmental disorder, predominantly autism spectrum disorder, but also ADHD, intellectual disability, and complex profiles across the lifespan. We know these patients well. We understand their baseline, and this is precisely why we notice when something changes. What we observe with growing frequency is this. A subset of our patients show acute psychiatric deterioration that does not follow the expected trajectory of their condition. This change is abrupt and, for some, temporarily correlated with an infection. The clinical picture includes symptoms that psychiatry alone cannot fully explain. OCD-like presentations appearing overnight, motor tics, extreme dysregulation, cognitive regression in patients that previously had none of this at this level of severity. These are not isolated cases, but they seem to follow an under-recognized pattern, because in the absence of a shared diagnostic framework, clinicians do not know what they're looking at. Since 2022, my husband has brought into his practice a systematic biological investigation protocol. And since 2025, I have done the same within my own patients, not as a targeted screening for Pandas, but as the foundation of our medical model. From the beginning, we made a deliberate choice to look beyond the behavioral presentation and into the biological substrate of each patient. This approach was not widely understood at that time. It was at moment questioned, but we did not step back because we were looking at the same evidence that some of the researchers in this room had already published and marked our medical practice. In our medical approach, we cover 5 axes: inflammatory and neuroimmune markers, the gut-brain axis and intestinal permeability, nutritional, metabolic, and mitochondrial parameters, methylation pathways, and folic metabolism and immune dysregulation. Across our database of over 600 patients investigated through this systematic biological protocol, we have documented repeatedly and consistently the presence of systemic inflammation, immune dysregulation, and neuroimmune activation markers. These findings were not the primary aim of our investigation. They emerged from a protocol designed to understand the biological comorbidities in neurodevelopmental disorders. And yet, they are there. I want to be precise about what this data is and what is it not. Our findings are based on clinical observation collected as part of routine care. They have not yet been organized within a perspective-controlled research design. They have not been published or peer-reviewed in their current form. They do not establish causal relationship. What they represent is a coherent preliminary signal, one that is consistent with the international literature on neuroimmune involvement in neurodevelopmental disorders. and one that we believe justifies systemic prospective research. Our data is not an answer. It is a well-formed question emerging from over 600 patients that deserve a rigorous answer. We are prepared to contribute with this data under appropriate clinical and methodological frameworks to collaborative research efforts. Romania may not have yet a formal Pandas protocol, but we have a cohort, we have biological data, and we have the infrastructure to generate prospective evidence. As psychiatrists, we are often the first clinicians these families reach. We have the therapeutic relationship, the longitudinal perspective, the ability to recognize when something has fundamentally shifted. But we cannot manage these cases in isolation, and we should not try. Pandas, when present, is not primarily a psychiatric disorder. It is a neuroimmune condition that produces also psychiatric symptoms. That distinction matters clinically, therapeutically, and ethically. These patients need a coordinated medical team with the psychiatrist at the center, not at its only member. There is one more dimension I feel compelled to name explicitly. We came as representatives of a private medical clinic, but both me and my husband were trained within Romania's public health system, and that system remains where the vast majority of patients will seek and receive care. The recognition of Pandas cannot remain a privilege of those who can access specialized private medicine. These patients and their families need the public hospital system to be equipped to receive them. This matters clinically for a specific reason. The acute presentation of Pandas frequently requires inpatient management. These are not outpatient situations. They require close observation, specific pharmacological and immunological interventions, and structured multidisciplinary response that only a hospital setting can provide. A diagnosis that exists only in private practice is not a diagnosis that serves the population. It is a diagnosis that serves the few. We are not here simply to describe a problem. We came with a clear agenda, and for each request, we bring something to the table. The most urgent need is clinical recognition. Romanian clinicians across specialties need to know that this condition exists, that it presents in patients they are already seeing, and that evidence-based evaluation approaches have been developed by researchers in this room. This is not a request to take position on contested science. It is a request that the clinical community be informed and equipped to make their own assessment. We are standing in the room with some of the most experienced Pandas clinicians in the world. We have studied your protocols. We have applied your diagnostic frameworks to the patients in front of us. We are asking to formalize this relationship. Specifically, we really need clinical mentorship for established centers, access to standard diagnostic protocols that can be adapted to the Romanian context, and inclusion in European clinical network. Our goal is to become a reference point in Romania, but not by declaration, but by earning it through structured training and collaboration. We are asking for the mentorship that makes that possible. Last but not least, we also need a formal research framework, ethics committee approval for prospective design, funding for systemic data collection, and methodological guidance. We are asking for support in accessing European research funding to initiate a prospective observational registry of Pandas presentation in neurodevelopmental disorder patients. Everything I have described today exists to serve a purpose: the children and adults who are currently suffering without answers, and the families who are carrying that weight alone. I want to close with reframing what I believe matters for how this conversation continues after today. Romania is here as a country with something real to contribute. We have over 600 patients investigated through a systematic biological protocol. We have been asking the right questions when that was not the obvious or comfortable thing to do. We have a clinic built from the ground up on the principle that understanding the biology behind the symptom, it's not optional. It is the only honest way to practice. What are we proposing is not aid, it is partnership. We offer our cohort our data, our institutional commitment, and our determination. In exchange, we really ask for mentorship, methodological guidance, inclusion in European networks, and political support for research funding. I arrived here today without prior connection to the centers represented in this room. I truly believe this changes today. We are ready to learn, we are ready to work, and we are ready to build for every patient and every family in Romania who has been told that what they are experiencing does not exist. Thank you.
Thanks. Thanks to Kotika, Cristina, Georgiana. We go on with Claudia Brogna. From Italy, adjunct professor, pediatric neurologist, Policlinico Gemelli Foundation and Cattolica del Sacro Cuore University. She talks about mental and neurodevelopmental disorders and the Pandas syndrome, the thin boundary. Please.
Good afternoon. It is a pleasure for me to be here and sharing with you this meeting, and I thanks PANS-BGE Association for this opportunity and the European Parliament. And I'm going to work to you about the mental disorders and the neurodevelopmental disorders associated to Pandas syndrome. This slide, next. Okay. These neurodevelopmental disorders are a broad group of disorders occurring in the first age of life, and there are the diagnosis is on a clinical manifestation. Therefore, biomarkers are not yet available. In this type of disorder overlap each other and share the same characteristic, exopathogenic characteristics, as well as gene expression and go on, please. Gene expression and immune dysregulation. Go on, okay. Next time, okay. And go on. Okay. And the development of central nervous system is a dynamic process, and it is the result of interplay of environment, neurobiological factors, genotype, and epigenetic mechanism. There are a lot of billion neurons that must be generated in a precise manner to form a complex network. And even small changes in this complex process can lead to a brain abnormality. Next. And the immune system has a role, a very important role. Next. And we know that in the last few years there are the presence, increasing question about the abnormal maternal immune activation hypothesis, confirmed by animal models and epidemiological research. This means that environmental factors determine an inflamed uterine environment, altering the programming of the immune and neurodevelopmental code, resulting in vulnerability to neurodevelopmental disorder. And due to MIA, maternal immune activation, there are the importance of cytokines that can cause inflammation in the brain. Go on. Therefore, the immune system and the nervous system are not two separated entities, but working together. Neuroimmune interaction occur in many situations, including response to the injury, infection, or autoimmune-mediated damage of the neurons themselves, and involved also microglia pathology. Go on. The question is there an overlap between PANS and other neurodevelopmental disorders? The answer is yes. There is a relation. There are some children that can present not also neurodevelopmental disorder, but also PANS syndrome, because there is a possible relationship between these two conditions related to the maternal infection activation. Go on. And we know the important role of for the neuroinflammation of the blood-brain barrier, that is the first primary mechanical and enzymatic barrier protecting the brain. And these protect the brain tissue from harmful elements, and through tight junction allow the passage of specific cytokine that act as communication signalers between the cells of the immune system and the other organs. Go on. And microglia is the important cell, resident immune cells of the nervous system. They have an important role in the astrogenesis, synaptogenesis, neural plasticity. During the neurodevelopment, infection or other type of situation like epigenetic factors or genetic risk factors can cause epigenetic dysregulation, leading to the activation of microglia. Microglia became M1 phenotype, that are the phenotype that is helpful to neuron, producing several types of cytokines. Go on. And the result is a chronic neuroinflammation that led to the tight junction breakdown and of the blood-brain barrier, and leading to the immune cell infiltration in the nervous central system. Go on. We just heard about the role of TH17 lymphocyte and the role how this type of immune cells can activate microglia in the brain and leading to other the production of other cytokine and leading to the breakdown of the brain-blood barrier. Go. And we have heard about the diagnosis of PANS syndrome, that as a neurodevelopmental disorder, also PANS and PANS syndromes have only a diagnosis based on clinical manifestation. There are not yet biomarkers available, and what I want to highlight is that PANS pandas are not also triggered by infection like as viral or bacterial infection, but also by non-infection condition like as adverse childhood experience. Next slide, please. Okay. Therefore, neuroinflammation becomes a possible common denominator of not only for PANS, but also for neurodevelopmental development disorders, because these two conditions share the same pathogenetic determinants and the same clinical phenomenology. Go. Okay, there are some factors that share a link in neuroendocrine disorder and PANS, like the presence of maternal anemia, the presence of the immune dysregulation, the presence of gene immune-related expression. Go. And the other type of mechanisms that can lead to the development of neuroinflammation. Macroglia has an important role also for the link with astrocytes. Astrocytes is the other type of cell, of cerebral cell, that can lead to neuroinflammation and are in the last few years studied in the genesis and the onset of ADHD, that is a type of a type of neuroendocrine disorder. Attention deficit hyperactivity disorder is a highly prevalent childhood onset neuropsychiatric condition with an estimated prevalence of 5%. It is characterized by the presence of severe inattention and hyperactivity, impulsivity symptoms during the childhood, and it is associated with other type. It can be associated with other type of neuroendocrine disorder or mental disorder like anxiety, depression, and have an important impact on the daily life of the children and their family. Next slide, please.
5 minutes, please.
Yeah, this is a long span disorder, and from utero and to childhood, adolescence, and adulthood, and it is associated with several differences in cerebral networks. Go. And ADHD is not only a neuroendocrine disorder, but the cause and the mechanism underlying this condition is not completely understood. Good. And in the last few years, there were several papers reporting the connection between ADHD and childhood infection disease. Children with long COVID syndrome were significantly more likely to have had ADHD symptoms associated to chronic urticaria or allergic rhinitis. Go. And there are several papers reporting this association between immune system and ADHD clinical manifestation. And go. And also, also in the adult patients, and also associated to COVID infection. Go. And this is what is the type of treatment when we have patients that can have both condition, PANS syndrome or neuroendocrine disorder. This is a study performed at the Gemelli Hospital when we treat 4 patients affected by PANS syndrome. 2 of them presenting ADHD diagnosis. Go. There are some. After we follow these patients at 6 and 12 months later, the EVU-IG infusion, and we found improvement not only in compulsive symptoms, but also obsessive symptoms, and also ADHD symptoms improved. Go. And we found this is a clinical case of a 9-year-old boy with abrupt onset of OCD following a streptococcal infection. He had a diagnosis of ADHD before, and he presented a clinical manifestation characterized by clinical compulsive obsessive-compulsive symptoms, hallucination, and reduction in food intakes, and these lead to the diagnosis of PANS. We treat this patient with low dosage of aripiprazole, and the child improvement at 3 and 6 months later. Go on. Because it is known that aripiprazole can have an effect on TORC1 pathways, reduction, affecting the microglia and leading to a reduction of inflammation. Go. Therefore, there are several psychoactive medications that can be considered, not only immunomodulatory therapy, because to treat the symptoms of the neurodevelopmental disorder, but also the symptoms of PANS, because as it is shown in the last literature, there are some drugs like sertraline, lithium, methylphenidate that can affect also on immune system. Finally, it is important to consider a personalized molecular psychopharmacology. But go. That treat specific, not only the comorbidities, but it's important to have a personalized pharmacology to treat etiology and nuclear symptoms of the disease. And the PANS, ADHD, autism spectrum disorder are the common diseases that share genetic immune, genetic immunogene, genetic and epigenetic factors. And this meeting gives us the opportunity to build together a European registry in order to have to collect the neuropsychiatric data on patients with Pandas, with the goal of improving early diagnosis, research, clinical management, and institutional recognition, and also to study the comorbidities present that can be present in PANS syndrome, including neurodevelopmental disorders. Thanks for your attention.
Thank you so much to Claudia Brogna. We continue with Parisa Ajari Jao from Sweden, pediatrician, doctorate student at Gothenburg University and Sahlgrenska University Clinic at Gothenburg. She talks about clinical survey of the Swedish PANS cohort. Please.
Thank you so much. Next slide, please. Imagine you have an 8-year-old daughter or son who suddenly change overnight. Imagine your child suddenly getting obsessed with doing the same thing over and over again for several hours. Imagine your child suddenly having thoughts about someone poisoning their food and start restricting their food intake enormously. And suddenly having a severe separation anxiety and follow you wherever you go 24/7, including the bathroom. Imagine your child suddenly having severe outbursts of aggressive behavior towards your family, hearing voices and sounds that don't exist, and refusing to go to school. Imagine your child suddenly having frequent attacks of panic anxiety and suddenly having suicidal thoughts. Imagine your 8-year-old child suddenly having all of these symptoms appear at once after an infection. Next slide, please. Previous slide, please. This is the reality for parents who have children with Pandas or PANS. Ever since Pandas was first described in the 1990s, researchers have sought to understand how children can so abruptly develop severe neuropsychiatric symptoms following an infection. What mechanisms underlie this broad spectrum of symptoms, and how can these conditions be most effectively treated? In this room, we are fortunate to have many exceptionally accomplished clinicians and researchers who are well positioned to help address these questions. Next slide, please. The Gillberg Neuropsychiatry Center in Gothenburg is a specialized center in Sweden for neuropsychiatric assessments and research, with Professor Christopher Gillberg in the lead. Our PANS team is a part of the center and has evaluated children with suspected PANS since 2015. Professor Gillberg, Dr. Mats Johnson, and Professor Elizabeth Fernell have been at the forefront. We have gotten over 200 referrals from all over Sweden and diagnosed approximately 120 children. Our research includes clinical characterization of the patients, MRI study, as well as treatment study involving intravenous immunoglobulin. In April 2026, we started the PAN Center for Post-Infectious Acute Neuropsychiatry, which means we will include patients with all types of neuropsychiatric impairments following infections. Next slide, please. I will now present some clinical data from our patient cohort. In our PANS cohort, sex distribution was rather equal between boys and girls, 52 versus 48%. A confirmed streptococcal infection was a trigger in 24% of cases, and these cases fulfilled the criteria for Pandas. In an additional 6% of cases, a streptococcal infection was suspected. Next slide, please. The mean age at symptom onset was 7.6 years. The mean age at diagnosis was 9.8 years. And the mean age at first visit to our specialized clinic was 10.5 years. The median time to diagnosis was 1.4 years, meaning that half of the children received their diagnosis within this time, while the other half waited longer. In some cases, the delay was as long as 7 or even 9 years before a diagnosis was made. Next slide, please. In our PANS cohort, comorbidities are common. 75% have at least one comorbidity. The most common are ADHD, 37%, and autism, 31%. We also see that the occurrence of asthma or recurrent viral wheeze is 25%. And autoimmune or autoinflammatory disease is 10%. Based on these data, children with ADHD and or autism may have a vulnerability to developing PANS. Next slide, please. We have also looked at autoimmune family history in first and second degree relatives. 61% of the children have at least one first or second degree relative with an autoimmune disease. The most common one is hypothyroid disease. 25% of the children have at least one relative with hypothyroid disease. Every fifth child has a relative with psoriasis or psoriasis arthritis. And then we have rheumatoid arthritis, diabetes, and celiac disease, with the occurrence of 11%, 9%, and 8% respectively in first or second degree relatives. Next slide, please. So we have looked at some clinical data, but that is only one part of the picture. Here are some perspectives from children and their families and what they have expressed. One 13-year-old boy said that it feels like there's a fire in my brain. A 6-year-old girl said that I wish I did not have a brain. Mom, I'm so mean, said a 5-year-old girl who had a lot of obsessive thoughts about harming others. A sibling said, who has taken over my brother's body? And finally, one of the parents said that it feels like my child is possessed by demons. And the last quote is actually something that several parents have expressed. Next slide, please. What treatment options is there for PANS? One of our main studies is to evaluate the effect of intravenous immunoglobulins on PANS symptoms and impairment. This treatment is usually used for different diseases affecting the immune system. We have had an open trial with IVIG treatments every 4 weeks for 3 months, followed by IVIG treatments at 4-week intervals or longer, up to a total of 6 IVIG treatments. Evaluations are made with broad in-depth outcomes by doctors, psychologists, physiotherapists, school teachers, parents, and the children. Follow-up time is 18 months. So far, we have published the results for the first 10 patients. Our primary outcomes are the PANS scale, measuring the severity of illness and change after treatment, and the clinical global impression scales, measuring the severity of illness and change after treatment. These scales show that the children had severe symptoms and impairment going into the study, despite the fact that they had psychopharmacological treatments such as SSRI, neuroleptics, and ADHD medication. 80 to 90% of children were responders, meaning they were much or very much improved on CGI-I, seen as blue and orange in the bar charts, or had over 30% improvements on PANS scale score. Next slide, please.
5 minutes, please.
Yes. School absence decreased from 47% before treatments to 13% after treatments. Further results will be published in the near future. Next slide, please. So we've seen that treatment can make a difference, but behind these results are children and families living with this condition. This is what it actually means in everyday life. A condition with often severe symptoms with a large impairment affecting their everyday life and ability to go to school. And that's why early recognition matters. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Now our coordinator, Tim Ubi, consultant pediatrician and clinical director at the London PANS Clinic. Your presentation is titled PANS Pandas, Remodeling Our Approach to Children with Neuropsychiatric Disease. You took some notes.
Thank you. Okay, next slide, please. Those are my disclosures. Next slide, please. Next slide. Okay, so sometimes in life you have to go backwards to go forward. And by that I mean that we have to look sometimes at the history of medicine and how we've arrived at the place that we are at today. Looking at conditions like autism, the term autism was first described in 1911. But it wasn't until 1943 that Kanner's paper, where he looked at 11 patients with what was subsequently described as autism, or early infantile autism, was published. And remember that this is in the middle of the Second World War, when the world was very busy dealing with lots of other political issues. A year later, Hans Asperger published another paper where the original cohort didn't seem to apply fully to a group of patients where there was specific capabilities, very focused capabilities, and that resulted in the term Asperger syndrome. Then fast forward to 1980, where autism gets recognized in the DSM-3 as a developmental disorder, and then to 2013, when the DSM-5 introduces autism spectrum disorder to try and cover all those different phenotypes. So this story of autism also occurred on the backdrop of Tourette syndrome. So late 1800s, early 1900s, 130 years ago, Sir William Osler was asking the question, why are we putting children into cages when they've got a treatable organic disease? Not his exact words, but it's kind of what he was saying. Around the same time, so Sir William Osler was a British-Canadian physician. His mind was much more focused on organic disease, but at the same time, there was the development of psychiatry at Salpêtrière, the School of Paris, where Charcot and Tourette's were developing an interest in unusual phenomena in patients with what we would now describe as psychiatric disease. And it was Tourette who took on these patients as a student of Charcot, and it was Tourette who described the condition that we now call Tourette syndrome, which is a condition where you have a motor tic and a vocal tic for more than 12 months. So this was a descriptive definition. And when we came to go back to autism, the same applied to autism. It was a description of symptoms. It was a group or a constellation of features that we describe in these patients. Next slide, please. So in the UK, currently with autism, the prevalence is estimated to be between 1% and 2%. And in some developed countries, it's as high as 3%. And in the NHS at the moment, the numbers are rising. So, for example, in 2025, in the UK, we had 10,000 diagnoses in 1 month. That's huge, right? Absolutely huge. Next slide, please. So, we've got Tourette's, we've got autism. And then the other condition I just want us to reflect on is functional neurological disorder. Originally described as hysteria, then with Freud's work, the name was rebadged to conversion disorder. And then in 2013, we rebadged it again and we call it functional neurological disorder in the DSM-5. And this for me is a very difficult disorder. As a pediatrician, I find it to be a diagnosis that we go to when we don't know what's going on with the patient. And I find that a really challenging place to be as a doctor. And what it must be like as a patient or a parent when you're given that diagnosis, I don't know. But I think there is something that we need to do about it. Next slide, please. So when we look at functional neurological disorder, it's now becoming one of the commonest referrals to pediatric neurology clinics, and somewhere between in the region of 6 to 16% in the UK. Next slide, please. So we have those three conditions. We have autism. I haven't put ADHD here, but I think you'll get the message. So we've got autism, we have Tourette's, we have FND. All three of those are mainly descriptive conditions. And we have this condition that we're all interested in today, Pandas. So what's the difference? Well, the difference here with Pandas is that we are working out the mechanisms. And when you listen to the two lectures that follow me today, you will see that the work of Chris Pittinger and the work of Jenny Frankovich have shown that we are now dissecting the molecular mechanisms of this disease, okay? And that is how Pandas differs from Tourette's and autism and FND. But the symptoms overlap significantly. So when we see the patients at our clinic in London, of which we've now seen in the region of 2,000, which is a very large cohort, but we quite often do get patients coming with previous diagnoses of either autism, of Tourette's, or functional neurological disorder. But when we see those patients, we start afresh, we investigate, we start from scratch, and we give them the right workup. Next slide, please. Okay, So with Pandas, we're interested in the basal ganglia. So we're focused on those two blue areas that you can see on the slide. This, the level of the slices in the top left. But to demonstrate what happens with Pandas, we need to, for me anyway, we need to make a cartoon to help describe what goes on. It just makes it simpler and a bit more fun. So press glow, please. So when we go into this area of the basal ganglia, we're going to look at the two main components, the caudate nucleus and the lentiform nucleus. And when we consider Pandas, we're looking at a receptor antibody-mediated disease process. But those receptors are protected from the outside world under normal circumstances by the blood-brain barrier, depicted by this peach-coloured coating around the basal ganglia. So, under normal circumstances, if you generate antibodies against that receptor, it shouldn't achieve any effect because it shouldn't get to the receptor. However, if you get a strep infection or you get, you've had a previous strep infection and then you get inflammation, and the role of MMP9 here is to denote inflammation, the blood-brain barrier breaks down as per Dritton's work. When the blood-brain barrier becomes permeable or breaks down, the antibodies can then access the receptor. And that results in this concept of what we call neuroinflammation. But further to that, we get messages getting into the brain which do not make any sense to that child. And when you get messages coming into the brain, what does the brain do? I mean, the brain is like a computer. It's got a processing unit, which I believe is the claustrum. And when those messages come into the brain needs to act on it. So if you can't act on it, it bounces back, and that's where you get your loops. Okay? And as the neuroinflammation progresses, we get all the symptoms which are in the green tiles around this axis. So you get the tics, the OCD, the misophonia or sensory dysregulation, dysautonomia, urinary symptoms in 50% of our patients, eating disorders and anxiety. Some of the older patients just demonstrate other symptoms, including dystonias and seizures. Those can be quite challenging to treat. The way that we treat this is, first of all, we want to reduce the antibody load, and secondly, we want to get rid of inflammation. And as Jenny Frankovic will tell you later, you've got to get to the root cause of the inflammation. That's the secret to treating these patients. Next slide, please. And again. So here's a hypothesis. This is a clinical hypothesis that I first put forward last year at the Alex Manful conference, where I think we can look at PANS and PANDAS as overlapping diseases and maybe one disease. And to have in this hypothesis, I'm proposing 5 things. The first is a genetic predisposition. This suggests that, or covers, the area of genetic mimicry, i.e. the antibodies that are generated against group A strep have to access or recognize the receptors on the basal ganglia. Or, as Chris will talk to you about shortly, the cholinergic interneurons. Now, you've got to have a previous or current group A strep infection. You've also got to have breakdown on the blood-brain barrier because those antibodies have to get access to the basal ganglia or to the cholinergic interneurons. We then get inactivation of cholinergic interneurons, and that dysregulates the processing area of the brain, and that's what leads to the symptoms. Next slide, please. So the blood-brain barrier is really important in this story, okay? So, and you'd have heard from Dritton, 13 proteins involved in breaking down the blood-brain barrier. Jenny Frankovic's team have been looking at MMP9, and the breakdown of the blood-brain barrier in her laboratory seems to occur around the basal ganglia specifically, which makes a lot of sense in terms of the symptoms that we see. Next slide, please. But PANS and PANDAS are not one disease. There are different phenotypes, and those phenotypes depend on the inflammatory drives and also possibly the relationship with other diseases, as we've just heard, including celiac disease, rheumatoid arthritis, psoriatic arthropathy, and thyroid disease. The commonest group that we have is the second group down, where you get the classic relapsing remitting pattern, where you get a spike of activity, we call that a flare. After treatment, the flare comes down, the next flare is less, and eventually over time it peters out. And from our experience, this is usually over 2 years. But there are other types where you get a more progressive picture, and usually what's underlying those progressive phenotypes is the inflammatory drive from another comorbid condition, and you need to treat that comorbid condition in order to achieve full effect. Next slide, please. So our treatment pathway has four components. First is remission induction, which in most cases is a couple of weeks of antibiotics, relatively simple to do. That can get you around about day 10 to day 14 to 70% improvement. Then you consolidate either with a slightly prolonged course of antibiotics, or you use steroids or anti-inflammatories. And that can bring the child down a further 5 to 10%. Then you go on to your maintenance phase, and this is where Katie's work on nutrition will come in, and she'll be talking to you about that later, to try and maintain a low inflammatory state. But of course, children will get infections and they will flare, and so we also then have a protocol for flare management. Next slide, please. So by doing this and looking at our we audit regularly. At the end of 2025, we audited 109 patients, and 88% of our patients showed an excellent or very good response to treatment with relatively easy treatments. There was no IVIG here. And I think that's important to take home, because in the UK we haven't got IVIG, we can't access it. So we've had to learn to deal with these patients without IVIG. Next slide, please. So we're getting great results. We've seen a lot of patients. We have a mechanism that seems to work. But how can we take this further? Let me introduce you to Plato. So Plato was launched 2 weeks ago. He's an AI agent. So we have taught him everything that we know about pandas, and I've got to say he's doing pretty well so far. So the idea here is that we can open this up to the wider public. We can increase awareness, but we can give parents answers quickly as well, and maybe even doctors answers quickly. Now, the great thing about Plato is that he speaks every language. So that means that this is now able to be used across the world. And I think this is going to help unite our Pandas community. Next slide, please. And this is just an example of Plato giving some advice in Italian, I hope, right? Next slide, please. Okay, these are my colleagues. Katie, you'll hear from shortly. And at the bottom there's a young lady called Cara Pearson, and I just want to give her a mention because she's our very first PhD student. We're a private pediatric Pandas specialist service, but we've adopted the Johns Hopkins model, and that model is we reinvest into research. We treat our patients, but we reinvest our money into research, and I don't think there's anybody doing as much research as we are in the UK. So thank you to my team. Next slide, please. And finally, if you want to join the community, here's the web address. Sign up. It's free. Come and join us. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, our coordinator, Tim Ubi. Perfect timing. Now I call here Christopher Pittenger from United States of America, Mercer and Jameson, professor of psychiatry, professor of neuroscience and psychology, deputy chair for translation research, department of psychiatry, director Yale of OCD Research Clinic. He talks about autoantibodies in PANS and their effects on brain function. Please.
Thank you very much. I particularly want to thank both Dr. Ubi and the others who've come before me and set up everything, which makes my job easier. I'm going to share with you some work about trying to identify the antibodies that may cause illness in at least a subset of children, and following up on some of the seeds that Dr. Ubi has planted. Could I have the next slide, please? These are some disclosures about organizations I work with, none of which are particularly relevant to what I'm talking about today. Next, please. And this is my background that I sometimes have to give on pandas. I left it in here just because I like putting up a picture of pandas. But all of this ground has been covered. Next, please. One of the things that's been covered, so I'm not an immunologist. I'm an adult psychiatrist, but I'm not a child psychiatrist, and I don't typically treat these kids. But I am a neuroscientist, and so I think a lot about the brain. We've heard a lot about immunological dysregulation, about the blood-brain barrier, and I'm thinking about the next step. What happens next? What happens inside the brain when children are afflicted with these autoimmune processes that we've been talking about? And you've heard from Dr. Ubi that we have good reason to be focused on the basal ganglia. Now, this isn't a particularly innovative idea. We know that the basal ganglia are implicated in OCD and Tourette syndrome, and there's a small number of studies, very small number of studies, that have used imaging to examine them in PANS and PANDAS. This is a classic one shown here just for illustrative purposes. But it shows us that there's inflammation shown in the white color, the higher contrast, the white color in a T2 image in a child with PANDAS in the first image, and then as they recover, that resolves. So this is just one piece of evidence that focuses our attention on the basal ganglia, which happens to be my favorite part of the brain, something we spend a lot of time thinking about. Next slide, please. But the basal ganglia isn't just a chunk of tissue. It's not homogeneous. It's not just not all the cells in it are similar. And so when you say that inflammation affects the basal ganglia, as a neuroscientist, that's just a starting point. And so we've spent time thinking about what is the next step. And I want to emphasize, I'm going to be talking about specificity, particular antibodies, particular cell types. But it does not have to be true that the pathophysiology of PANS and PANDAS is that specific. It could be that there's a general inflammatory phenomena and there's a genetic predisposition to responding to a general non-specific inflammatory state. Right? That could be the case. It could be the case that the blood-brain barrier breaks down, cytokines and other inflammatory mediators or T cells get in, but then once they're in, they have a non-specific effect, neuroinflammation, microglial activation. These things could be the case, but we're working on a different hypothesis here, which is that there's something very specific going on. And this, again, is a mainstream hypothesis in the field. I just want to point out that it doesn't have to be true. But the hypothesis is that there are particular antibodies that bind to particular things that have very specific effects. And that's why we see the symptoms that we do. The obsessions, the tics, the urinary difficulties, the separation anxiety, as opposed to the thousands of other symptoms that we might have. Perhaps it's because of the specificity. So as a neuroscientist thinking about the basal ganglia, I'm thinking about, okay, what could the antibodies do? And we're very focused on the particular types of cells. So there are billions of cells in the basal ganglia. Hundreds of millions, in the brain, hundreds of millions in the basal ganglia, but they're not all the same. And what's sketched there on the right is a sketch of some of the different kinds of cells, some of the kinds of neurons that exist in the basal ganglia. We are rather focused on neurons. There are also microglia, astrocytes, other kinds of non-neuronal cells. But the neurons, most of them are what's called spiny projection neurons, SPNs, but then these minorities are what's called interneurons. And there's a bunch of different kinds of interneurons. They're illustrated there. The one that I'm going to be talking about is the one that's illustrated in purple, the cholinergic interneuron, and they're the biggest cells in the basal ganglia. And they're a very interesting type of neuron I'll be talking about a little bit more. And then what's shown in the micrographs there is just that we can use various techniques to look at the different kinds of neurons and see what they're doing independent. And we do most of this work in mice, and we can use these techniques allow us to look at different kinds of interneurons and their function. So that's been our focus. Next slide, please. And in our very first slide, done by a postdoc in the lab at the time, Luciana Frick, we asked the question, if we take antibodies from children with PANS and PANDAS, and we put them into the brain of a mouse, because it's a convenient experimental system, what do they stick to? Not what molecule, not what protein, because we don't think we're smart enough to guess what protein it is, but rather what cell, which we can look at systematically. And what Dr. Frick found is that when we did this, and we actually did this in the intact brain of a living mouse, because we figured that was the most complex, the most intact system we could possibly do this in. She found elevated binding to just one type of cell, if you can hit the next slide, please. And it's these cholinergic interneurons. Now, this wasn't an a priori hypothesis. We didn't assume it would be the cholinergic interneurons. We looked at all of them. This is the one that jumped out, and you can see in the quantification there that there's increased antibody binding to these cells. Then in lots of negative control data that I'm not showing you, there wasn't increased binding to the other stuff. So it appears to be fairly specific. Next slide, please. So we then replicated this. This, I think, is hugely important in this field because there's been a lot of small studies, there's been a lot of non-replication, and that has contributed to or enabled some of the controversy that surrounded the field. So we've replicated over and over again. What's shown here is a replication in a larger group of, using serum from a larger group of children, all with pandas, from Jenny Frankovich, who you're going to hear from in the next talk. And what we found, and we changed our technique a little to a way that's not quite as sensitive, but is a lot more efficient, so we're able to crank through a lot more patients. We're no longer using the brains of living mice, but rather brain slices. So the effect size is smaller, which is why the symbols overlap in the graph there, but we can get through a lot more material. And we continue to see elevation and binding to these cholinergic interneurons, and not in negative data that I'm not showing you, to lots of other things. So it appears to be fairly specific. And then what's shown on the right, we repeated this actually in a slice of human brain. So we were able to get slices of human basal ganglia and show that this elevated binding specifically to these interneurons is also true in human tissue. This is some kind of quirky, fact about the mouse. Next, please. All right, so does it matter? So what we did here is we took children from a study that Suv Sweeto had done years ago, the first study of IVIG, second study of IVIG, and we selected children who'd responded well to IVIG, because we figured they were more likely to have antibodies, and we looked at this binding to the cholinergic interneurons before and after treatment. And what you see on the left is the amount of binding before treatment in the filled symbols, and after treatment in the unfilled symbols. And I love it when I don't need a statistician to help me analyze my data, right? Every single child who got better also had reduction of binding, and this wasn't true of the various other things that we could have measured. And then what's shown on the right, which is my favorite figure almost from anything I've published, this is a correlation between how much better the children got on the x-axis and how much the binding changed on the y-axis. And again, you don't need to be a statistician to see that there's a very clear relationship between the two. So this increases our confidence that we're onto something that may actually matter and may be part of the pathophysiology, not just an incidental finding. Next, please. Okay, so what does this do to the cholinergic interneurons? Now, the cholinergic interneurons, I've cut out some material for purposes of time about what we know about the cholinergic interneurons. As I said, they're about my favorite cell and my favorite part of the brain, but they have a really critical role in organizing the processing of information in the basal ganglia, and they're reduced in number in people with Tourette syndrome. Completely independent line of work. In adults with Tourette syndrome who've died of incidental causes, and then collaborators of mine have looked at their brains, these cells are reduced in number. Furthermore, if we experimentally reduce them in number in a mouse, we get anxious, twitchy mice. Okay, so they are already implicated in relevant other diseases, and we've proven that they have a causal role in regulating behaviors in a mouse, but plausibly behaviors that might be relevant to PANS and pandas. Okay, so they're really interesting cells with a plausible role in pathophysiology. What do these antibodies do when they bind to those neurons? Next slide, please. So this is again an experiment done in mouse brain cells and brain slices, and without going into the technical details, we're measuring a particular molecule. It's called phospho-RPS6. But what matters about it is that it's up when neurons fire more and down when neurons fire less. So it gives us a way to look at particular neurons and say how active are they? Okay, and so what we do is we take a slice of the mouse brain, we bathe it with antibodies from either children with pandas or healthy children, and we see what did it do to the activity of the cells. Next slide, please. I'm sorry, back, please. So the micrograph has gotten screwed up, but the important thing is on the right on the graph. And you can see that the cells, the cholinergic interneurons that were bathed in the serum containing the antibodies of children with PANS and pandas for just an hour are less active by this marker. Well, I already told you that if I remove those cells, if I kill those cells, I get an anxious, twitchy mouse. And I've told you that those cells are missing with people with Tourette syndrome. So we have reason to believe that the loss of these cells or the reduced activity of these cells may lead to dysregulation of the circuitry in ways that are relevant to the symptoms that we're seeing. So we're starting to get a pretty nice, rather specific series of pathophysiological steps that may explain what we're seeing in pandas. Next, please. We did a replication. I told you this was important, this time in a group of kids. The first kids that in the first experiments were with pandas. These were now kids with PANS from Jenny Frankovich's cohort. Next, please. Oh, I hit 3 or 4 times. There we go. Same thing. So we see elevated binding in PANS. It's maybe a little more heterogeneous. The effect size is a little smaller. There are more kids who don't have elevated binding, and that may be because PANS is a somewhat more heterogeneous entity than pandas. That work is ongoing. Next, please. Yeah, we can skip that. Next. This is the slide. The slide I'm skipping is just showing that PANS antibodies also reduce the activity of the cholinergic internal. So everything I've shown you from Pandas replicates in these kids with PANS. And we're looking at different kinds of PANS, different infectious incipients in order to try to tease that apart. But so far it looks pretty consistent. All right. So now, can we use this to find the antibodies? So we went into this agnostic about what molecule these antibodies might be binding to. We were looking at the cells, and we think we formed a pretty good replicated case that we now know the cells. Can we use that information to find the molecules? Why do I care? I care because if we can find the specific antibodies, the specific molecules, then we can develop diagnostic tests. And if we can develop diagnostic tests, you've heard about 7 times today that one of the problems in our field is that we don't have diagnostic tests. We don't have biomarkers. Well, if we could develop diagnostic tests that caught enough of the cases, then we could make a difference in the field, not only in our ability to diagnose and treat individual kids, but perhaps in the whole conversation about the nature of this entity that we're treating. That's a major goal. So we've collaborated with some immunologists to find candidates for what these molecules might be. I wish I could say that 90% of the kids all had antibodies against the same thing. That would be too easy. Unfortunately, that's not true. But we found a number of categories. My guess is we're going to end up finding 10 or 15 different targets, and each kid's going to have 1 or 2 of them. And we'll need to look at all of them in order to find a comprehensive diagnostic test. Next, please. But I can share with you one of the this again, 4 times. So I can share with you one of the first we found, and it's this molecule LRP1. Anyone in the room ever heard of LRP1? Well, Drichan's seen the data before. But it is not on anybody's list of what might cause PANS or Pandas. And this is what happens when we do unbiased screens, when we look at all the molecules, when we do genetics. We find things we weren't expecting. We found something we weren't expecting, this molecule LRP1. We found several others. This is the one we're most advanced on. Next, please. And so what you can see here, this is just using the same techniques that I've already shown you. So the question is, we have this assay. Do LRP1 antibodies bind to the cholinergic interneurons? Do they reduce their function? And the data showing here is that the answer is yes. And we've done this both with the LRP1 antibodies isolated from one child, the one who had the most LRP1 antibodies, and with LRP1 antibodies that we bought, from an antibody company. And in both cases, we see elevated binding to cholinergic interneurons, not to other kinds of neurons, and we see alterations in activity. Okay. So we think we're onto something. Next, please. And this is showing this is the same thing on human tissue. So LRP1 binds to the cholinergic interneurons on human tissue, not to other kinds of interneurons. Next, please. Okay, so that's all I have for data, just wrapping up here. We think that we have, interestingly, beyond PANS and Pandas, convergent evidence that these interneurons, these cholinergic interneurons, are critically important for pathophysiology that affects the basal ganglia in general, in a number of psychiatric conditions. Next, please. You can hit 3 times. And so we see that in Tourette syndrome. So on the left, this is data from my collaborator, Flora Vaccarino, showing a reduction in these numbers in Tourette syndrome. On the right, that's just a piece of our data from some of the studies that I've shared with you, but from a study where we ablated those neurons, and I told you we got anxious, twitchy mice, and then these independent findings from PANS and Pandas where it looks like the antibodies are binding these cells. So we're really focused on this kind of neuron, on this neuron as a locus of pathophysiology for a number of conditions, but in particular for PANS and Pandas. Next, please. I think that's it. So these are key collaborators on the work that I've shown you. Jenny Frankovich, who you'll hear from next, members of my lab shown in bold, who've generated the data that I've shown you, and a bunch of collaborators on the right. Next. And it takes a village and it takes funding. So these are the funders of not only this work, but other work in my lab over the years. So I acknowledge. Next, please, and I'm done. Thank you all for your attention.
Thanks to Professor Christopher Pittenger, colleague Jennifer Frankovich from United States of America, too, the clinical professor of pediatrics, director of Stanford Immune Behavioral Health Clinic and Research Program at Stanford University School of Medicine. The title of his presentation is Evidence for Inflammation in PANS.
Okay, thank you for the invitation to this conference, and thanks to Tim Ubi and Pittenger for giving the background on PANS. I'm going to focus on the inflammation aspects, the systemic inflammation aspects of this disorder. Next. I have no disclosures. Next. So we started a multidisciplinary clinic about 14 years ago, and our goal was to look at many inflammatory diseases that are associated with psychiatric symptoms. Most of these conditions are very rare. However, the most common conditions we're seeing are post-infectious conditions causing systemic inflammation with associated psychiatric symptoms. Patients who meet clear criteria for conditions like PANS, Pandas, and Sydenham's chorea, those are more rare than other things we see, but still a very important subgroup and a subgroup of children that we can clearly treat and get better. So it's important to recognize and treat this. Next. So we suspect PANS, Pandas, and Sydenham's chorea are on a spectrum where a bacterial infection triggers this systemic inflammation impacting brain function. There are no easy biomarkers, but careful examination of these patients reveal evidence of inflammation. And this evidence is clear to clinicians today. So even though we have great leads on the development of biomarkers, that shouldn't delay the recognition and treatment of this disorder. Next. So this is not a new condition. You know, Sydenham's chorea has been described for, centuries. This is an example of a publication on Sydenham's chorea published in 1926. Where this investigator described that the emotional lability is the most common symptom in patients with this post-streptococcal illness. He describes that patients that prior to the illness were quiet and manageable and then suddenly became restless, irritable, extremely sensitive, and some became violent. So even though it had a different name, and maybe slightly different presentation, it's probably the same disorder. So this is not new. Next. There are 4 imaging studies, all using different modalities that point to the basal ganglia as the most prominent structure impacted in this condition. Next. And as Chris Pittenger describes, the basal ganglia exerts an inhibitory influence on motor and behavioral symptoms. So inflammation and injury disrupts the normal role of the basal ganglia in governing mood and emotion, movements, behavior, procedural learning, and cognition. And not all kids have all areas of the basal ganglia that's impacted. The other structures include the thalamus, which relays sensory information. And so this structure may be involved in the extreme sensory dysregulation that we see in a large subgroup of patients. It's possibly involved in the extreme sleep disturbances, which are also kind of sudden in onset, along with the OCD and mood and emotional issues. We've also seen in our imaging study that the amygdala is involved, and this probably disrupts the normal role of processing fear, excitement, and anxiety. And the amygdala is a key part of the limbic system, which is also important in regulating emotions and basic behaviors. Next. In addition to the 4 imaging studies pointing to the basal ganglia, there have been 4 published sleep studies, all showing movements during REM sleep. So this is a highly abnormal finding. It's a predictor of Parkinson's disease and multiple systems atrophy in adults, which are also basal ganglia disorders. Next. In addition to the brain imaging and the sleep studies, we've also shown that patients with PANS and PANDAS have basal ganglia signs, which can be elicited on neurological exam. 22% of our patients have a positive glabellar tap. And again, this is a reflex that actually goes away in infancy. So it's highly abnormal to be positive. And it is also a predictor of Parkinson's. But we also see other abnormal movements that are common in Sydenham's chorea. The number of these abnormal signs correlates with the number of PANS symptoms and global impairment scores. Next. So Dr. Pittenger nicely explained the role of these autoantibodies, which bind to the cholinergic interneurons in the basal ganglia. In order for antibodies to access the brain, there must be some disruption of the blood-brain barrier. And again, he studied the plasma. He didn't study the cerebrospinal fluid. So we know that these antibodies are in the blood and they must pass through the blood-brain barrier. So we had two clues that the blood-brain barrier or blood vessels are involved in the pathophysiology of PANS. One is that these patients are very sensitive to low doses of psychiatric medications. And we see that in autoimmune encephalitis and other inflammatory brain diseases. So this is one clue that the blood-brain barrier may be disrupted. And the other clue, next slide. The other clue is that on physical exam, we see evidence of blood vessel inflammation. So 95% of our patients, as reported in this JAMA Network article, have some sign of blood vessel inflammation at presentation, including these broken blood vessels at the palate, this redness and swelling around the nails, prominent onychodermal bands, especially in the patients with more chronic symptoms, and livedo reticularis. And none of these symptoms, with the exception of the palatal petechiae, none of these are specific to a disorder. It just suggests blood vessel inflammation, which is common across many rheumatologic conditions and other autoimmune conditions. However, the palatal petechiae is specific for a recent group A strep infection. So somehow group A strep is also triggering blood inflammation, blood vessel inflammation. Next. So because we hypothesized that the blood-brain barrier may be disrupted, we set up these experiments through Betsy Mellon's lab. Ayan Mondal is the postdoc working on this. And he developed a very simple blood-brain barrier model. I think Jotan Aguilio's lab is working on a much more sophisticated blood-brain barrier model, but this is very simple. He just took brain endothelial cells and cultured them and created a monolayer, and then put the plasma of patients with active PANS, and then also healthy kids, and also kids that went into remission, and measured how it impacted the permeability of this brain endothelial cell monolayer. And brain endothelial cells are what align the blood vessels and are involved in sort of keeping things inside the bloodstream. So as you can see, the kids in a PANS flare have higher permeability compared to the healthy kids and compared to the same kids who go into recovery.
5 minutes,
and
please.
we looked at, oh,
thank you.
Sorry?
No problem.
And as you can see, the kids who are both at a good baseline prior to the flare and also having chronic symptoms prior to a flare, so we call this flare on chronic, that the permeability is higher in flare compared to healthy controls. Oh, compared to healthy controls. Next slide, please. And again, you can see that this is microscopy of these brain endothelial cell monolayers, where he looked at tight junction proteins. So these are the kind of green dots that go in a circle around the nucleus. So these are the junctions holding this monolayer together. So he looked at tight junctions, he looked at adherent junctions, and he also looked at actin stress fibers. So actin stress fibers pull on this apparatus that is part of the blood-brain barrier. And you can see that applying the PANS active plasma to the model causes loss of these tight junctions and adherent junctions, and causes these actin stress fibers to increase substantially compared to the healthy controls, and compared to the kids plasma from the same kids who improve. Next slide. So in addition to the impact on the blood-brain barrier and the autoantibodies that Dr. Pittenger showed, we also see other inflammatory signs in these patients. And this makes sense because the infection is not just triggering, and we see this with lots and lots of rheumatologic disorders, right? That you can often see, sort of a major target, but then you can also see a diffuse target. So we think the arthritis in this patient population very similar to Sydenham's chorea. So patients with Sydenham's chorea also have arthritis. They also have carditis. They have other inflammatory signs beyond what is happening to the brain. And the reason this is so important is because it's an easy way to recognize that a child has inflammation. We can't go in and biopsy the brain to know that there is inflammation in the brain. And until Dr. Pittenger finds a clear set of biomarkers that are going to help us diagnose these kids, in the meantime, we can use the arthritis they have to help diagnose this. This is what we do in Sydenham's chorea, right? A kid comes in with new onset chorea and behavior changes. We're not just thinking about what's happening neurologically. We're also listening to the heart for carditis. We're checking the joints for evidence of arthritis, and we put the whole picture together. So understanding the key features of arthritis in these patients is key to helping take care of the whole child. The arthritis in the PANS kids is very dry, just like what we see with acute rheumatic fever in Sydenham's chorea. So you do not see swelling. You can feel warmth if you're trained in, oh, sorry, my clock is going off. You can feel warmth if you're trained in assessing that. Enthesitis is very common in this patient population. Of course, healthy kids can develop enthesitis, but it's also a part of the arthritis that we see in these kids. So enthesitis is where tendons and ligaments insert onto bones. So for example, this is the knee joint. This is where the patellar tendon inserts onto the bottom of the knee, and then on the top of the kneecap, this is the kneecap. We also see it in the heels. We also see it in the first MTP and other places. We also see that the patients have capsular thickening. So this is an imaging finding that we see on joint ultrasound. And I know this is a very specialized field at our hospital, Stanford Children's Hospital. We have one person that is doing the ultrasounds, that has fellowship training, and he really has dedicated his career to understanding these types of inflammatory conditions in joints. And what he found is that it's the capsule that is most impacted in the kids with PANS. Although some of them have some synovitis, and of course this is very hard on ultrasound to fully distinguish, but consistently he's seeing more involvement of the capsule than he is with the synovium. So other types of arthritis, like rheumatoid arthritis, which we never see in PANS kids, or other forms of arthritis involve the synovium. This is different than those other types of arthritis. So 30% of our patients with PANS have been diagnosed with this condition, enthesitis-related arthritis. And among those, 50% eventually develop inflammatory back pain, which is also a very big clue on the type of inflammation we're dealing with here. There's many types of inflammation. This is helping us hone in on the type. 10% of the patients go on to develop psoriatic arthritis. Next slide.
1 minute to go, please, Mrs. Frankovic.
So we also see DIP involvement. That's the joint that's closest to the fingernail. This is a very rare joint to be seen in juvenile arthritis. So this is unusual that we see it in the PANS kids. We see sacroiliac joint tenderness, which goes along with the inflammatory back pain. We see spinous process tenderness. This is just one of the many enthesitis points, but this is an easy one for clinicians to palpate and discover. So this is why I'm presenting this. And then Achilles tendon inflammation is also something that's very easy for clinicians to assess. You just have the kid take off their shoe and walk on their heels in the hallway. And, if they're complaining of pain, then it's helpful because that can indicate enthesitis there. I think I forgot to mention that unfortunately the psychiatric symptoms of kids with PANS overshadows the kind of dull pain and ache you see with arthritis, right? The anguish from the psychiatric symptoms overshadows this. So we were only able to discover this arthritis after we were able to get the patients with psychiatric symptoms better enough that they can recognize these tender, painful areas. Now, this is why we actually, when we have a new onset kid, we do ultrasound imaging of, sort of these key places, because we know the kid can't articulate their pain. But if we detect this types of arthritis, then we can use anti-inflammatories like methotrexate and sulfasalazine and NSAIDs to target the inflammation in these patients. And there's many decades of experience in the pediatric rheumatology field using these medicines in this type of arthritis. So we're not going off-road by treating this. And we think that getting this systemic inflammation under control helps the brain. Next slide.
Jenny, it's Tim here. Apologies, I'm really sorry, but we're really running low on time. So
no worries.
Can we wrap up? Can we give you another minute?
Yeah, we can do it. Yeah.
Okay, let's go.
Okay, so these are all the enthesitis points. Next slide. This is the joint ultrasound imaging finding. Next slide. So this is the time to arthritis. So by age 20, about 50% of the patients are diagnosed with arthritis using very strict American College of Rheumatology criteria. Next slide. And beyond the arthritis, we see about 20% of our patients developing other autoimmune diseases. Next slide. Lots of other evidence for inflammation in these patients. Next slide. Next slide. And beyond, sort of the physical exam, we see other pro-inflammatory signs, including pro-inflammatory monocytes elevated in flare compared to controls, and reduced when the children are improved. And we've looked at, 2 cohorts here. Next slide. And anti-inflammatory cells are low in flare and elevated in the improved state. Next slide. And we also see brain homing monocytes that we suspect are helping to resolve the inflammation in the flare. Next slide. So this is our treatment. I think others are talking about it. It's, you know, treat the infection, treat the inflammation, and treat the brain injury with standard of care for neuropsychiatric symptoms. And, you know, typically if these kids are recognized early and treated aggressively with this approach, we see full recovery of these patients. And there is a small percent of patients that have more chronic symptoms. But this is a condition that's very treatable. So it's important to recognize. Next slide. A small percent of our patients have gone on to develop POTS, you know, pain syndromes, chronic fatigue syndrome. And again, these are the patients that have more chronic symptoms, maybe haven't been treated early enough in their course. So further reason that we need to capture and treat these kids early. Next slide. So this is our, you know, sort of model. There's an immune predisposition, which I think a lot of people have talked about, and then some type of infection, which causes systemic inflammation. And this systemic inflammation is what leads to disruption of the blood-brain barrier, allows those autoantibodies that Chris Pittenger talked about go into the brain, cause dysregulation of brain circuits, but simultaneously that systemic inflammation leads to the arthritis, enthesitis, and other systemic inflammatory conditions. In the case of Sydenham's chorea, also carditis. Next slide. And this is our clinic team. You know, we only are able to function because it's multidisciplinary. So for any of the sites that have the ability to develop a multidisciplinary team, it makes caring for these patients much easier. The clinicians love working with this patient population. It's just, you know, to see these kids and these families go through so much and then have incredible recoveries. It's just, it's just a wonderful group of patients to work with. And I'm very grateful for these clinicians who have been taking care of these kids for 14 years. And, you know, they don't give up on anyone. Next slide. And thanks especially to the children and all the families and all the foundations, the Neuroimmune Foundation, the Manful Foundation, all these foundations that have really poured their heart and resources into supporting the research and including the foundation that put together this conference. Thank you for doing this.
Thank you. No. Thank you to Jennifer Frankovic. I didn't know Jennifer was in video link. Is in presence, indeed, Dimitar Kolev from Bulgari, associated professor of neurology in Southwest University Neofit Rilski in Blagovrad. Thank you. Please.
Thanks for the invitation of this wonderful event. For me, it's really honor. I'm a little bit exciting. First, let me say some words about my experience. I'm an associate professor of neurology with 35 years experience, clinical experience, 20 years of them as a chief of neurology department in the Military Medical Academy in Sofia. But the last 10 years, I'm involved and I'm applying in my practice one neuroimaging investigation. And that's why I want to share the results of all this data, which we're collecting in Bulgaria for this 10 years, probably 3,500 children perform this study, neuroimaging, functional neuroimaging study with these methods. I stopped my presentation on this topic, autistic spectrum disorder and PANS. intentionally for reason, because we can see with this method very specific places of inflammation, because we agree that in this case we considering the inflammation of these kids, immune system is involved. Next slide, please. I put this provoking question intentionally. Can we have to observe all these kids like pandas, like PANS, especially the autistic spectrum disorders, also to consider to be the whole group to be considered like a PANS? Next slide, please. For the clinical picture was said a lot of things. We very well know about the future of pandas and autistic spectrum disorder. But from my opinion, the most important thing about the children with ASD is the deterioration of the structures in the brain, which is connected with the social navigation, so-called retrospinal cortex, most severe damaged part of the brain. We will see later in the slides. And that's why these children, they have social difficulties because of this impaired social navigation. Of course, they have a language problem and any other problems. The biggest problem is disturbance of self-identification. And we will see the place, where is the place in the brain of these children. Next slide. PANS and PANDAS behavioral changes, this psychotic picture with the picture of obsessive compulsive disorder. We are familiar with all these features, but I will stress on the place. Here was mentioned about the amygdala, about the basal ganglia, but I will stress about one very interesting place in the brain, most severe damage. Actually, this is the anterior singular gyrus. Next slide, please. But let me say a couple of words about this method. Very useful because of opportunity to maintain and to see what's happened with 49 Brodmann area, and to observing the behaving neuron in the 18 brain networks. That's why I will speaking about, for me, two of most interesting brain networks, salience network and default mode network. So we can say that, next slide, please. Comparing, next slide. So the advantages of this method actually is that using brain electrical activity and transforming this brain electrical activity through mathematical software, we can reach the spatial resolution comparable with this of functional MRI. You see the 4 millimeter is the spatial resolution of MRI, 5 millimeter is the spatial resolution of this S-Loretta QAG method. But what is most important is the time resolution is much more faster than the time resolution of functional MRI, because time resolution of functional MRI is at 1 or 2 seconds because it's connected with the blood flow. With S-Loretta QAG method, we can observe very fast cognitive process because the time resolution is much more faster. We can observe processes less than 20 milliseconds. Of course, we can measure the effective connectivity, the functional connectivity, we'll see later. The next slide, please. Recognition of significance of this method is awarding of inventor of this method, Robert Thatcher, 5 years ago with one of most prominent award of Society of Brain Mapping. Next slide, please. I will speak about this triple mode network because these three network is the most prominent, most significant network in the human behavior, executive network, default mode network, and salience network. Both of them, actually the executive network and default mode network, they're anticorrelated. Next slide. So, collecting all these results from, they are expected to be published soon. Collecting all these studies from these 35 children, we can observe 3 types of groups. ACD patients, so-called, they are misdiagnosed with ACD, but actually this is the children behaving like pans and pandas. In these children, we can see deterioration of functional connectivity in the salience network. About the typical ACD patient, the damages dysfunctional area are area of default mode network. And the most severe cases, actually, this is the children where we can see involvement in these 2 areas, default mode network and salience network. Next slide, please. The salient networks is very interesting networks. Next slide. We can say that this is the network of our choice. We making our choices in the life using this network and parts of the network. We can say that this is the value network. This network is involved in our estimation of how value is in particular event. So we can observe OCD as a manifestation of surplus value. Next, please. Next slide. There is a many article which considered anterior singular cortex, ACD, Brodmann area 24, 32, and 33, and insula, of course, involved, which is the hub of this salience network involved. They are actually involved in the clinical picture and the symptoms with the children with PANS and PANDAS. Next slide. Here's this Brodmann area. You will see later in the slides. This is the part of limbic system. Valence of events is 24 Brodmann area. Fearful expression 35 Brodmann area. Next slide. This area, what is typical for this area that is very close to the frontal gate. I would say that the frontal gate, the nose and throat is the frontal gate to the brain. Here is an interesting article considered improvement of psychiatric symptoms after resolution of sinusitis. Next slide. And this is one investigation of child with pandas case, showing very well involvement, dysfunctional areas of the brain. You see the thalamus engaged, subthalamus engaged here, the 25 Brodmann areas engaged. These red spots are the places of functional disability and dysfunctional working of the brain. Overactivation of this brain network. The next slide. The other case with involvement of salience network, you can see how close, but not so severe. You see the inflammation in the olfaction part of the brain. 35 Brodmann area, 24. The next slide. So the other part of the children are the children with involvement of default mode network, so-called many specialists, they call this network the meaning-making network or making sense network. The next slide. This is the second group. This default mode network is interesting because this is the most well supplied and the network with the highest metabolism. Next slide. You see the hubs, the part of these networks, 31 Brodmann area, 29, 30. Actually, this is the precuneus, retrospinal cortex. Next slide. And here we can see inflammation in this area in one child with a typical ACD. 29, 30, and 31 Brodmann area, actually they are rich of the head direction cells, grid cells, space cells. That's why they have a problem with the space navigation also, and also with the social navigation. The next slide. This is the high order cognitive modality which is connected with this default mode network, self-knowledge, self-agency, self-consciousness, very interesting new cognitive modality. Next slide. There's some article which explaining the involvement of this default mode network in the social deficit, especially the sense of self. And now you can see very interesting approach in Stanford University. Professor Parvizi made, next slide, made very interesting investigation. They put electricity in this part of the area. Could you please put the movie, start the movie? Here's a patient. No, probably will not working, but okay, anyway, it was interesting movie, but probably we'll see it later. I will explain you after that, we'll explain the movie. It was quite interesting. The concept of me and I, it's very interesting because disruption of concept of perception of me and perception of I, already scientists, they have places in the brain where this disruption is happening. The I system, actually, the system is anterior precuneus, and the me system is a part of the brain is connected with the posterior medial cortex. Next slide. Here I can show the overactivation in this part of the area, one of the 2,000 patients with the typical ACD. The next slide. Actually, this is the most significant article is this one, because from many years I'm stumbling and see these results in these children without any explanation. And you see this team in Princeton, in Harvard, they do event-related potential among the patient, and they observing which part of the gut with which part of the brain is connected. And you see result, the next slide. They conclude that in the brain there is a gastric network, and the part of this gastric network exactly the same which have been seen from years in these children with ACD. 23, 39, 31, and 19. Next slide. This is the second entrance to the brain, gastric network, discovered 2 years ago. Next slide. You can see inflammation exactly in this gastric network in one of these children, retrospinal cortex. The next slide. Hyperconnectivity in the same area, in the gastric network. In the other child, 6 years old. The next slide. What is interesting that this second gate to the brain is the same in autistic spectrum disorder children, and on the right side is the patient with MS. The same gate, the same pathogenesis, the same involvement. The next slide. You see how different is the areas. This is the left one is the children with Pandas, and the right one is the ACD. The totally different place of inflammation in their brain. The next slide. And there is most severe cases as in the third group, where the next slide, we can see involvement actually in the both parts, in the salience network and in the default mode network. You can see involvement in olfaction also in retrospinal cortex here. The next slide. this is the same patient. It's actually the two-dimensional, other one was three-dimensional. The next slide. Yeah, this is an example of objectively verified improvement in this area of inflammation after I'm working with great team in Bulgaria, immunologist from University Hospital in Pleven, where these children performing IV treatment. And you see the objectively verified improvement of inflammation in the brain networks in these children in this slide. The next slide. This is the same children. So from a conclusion of the team of immunologists, this immunologist, Associate Professor Emiliana Konova, which is the leader of this team, she recognizes three types of phenotypes among these children. ACD with humoral immune deficiency, ACD with autoantibodies, actually this is a neuroimmune phenotype, and ACD with chronic immune inflammation. The next slide. The first one actually with frequent otitis, sinusitis, bronchitis. The next slide. Actually, the second one phenotype is autoantibodies. This is actually the overlaps with pandas. And the last one is the phenotype with chronic immune inflammation. Actually, this type of children are with frequent gastrointestinal problem, allergies, mast cell activation syndrome, and so on. So we can conclude that all these three types of problems, ACD, PANS, and PANDAS, are epigenetic stressor developing. They're developed after the epigenetic stressor, which provoke local autoimmune encephalopathy on the base of immune predisposition in different location of the brain. What is this important? That is in the different location of the brain. And this functional S-fluorescent QEG imaging allow us to personal diagnostic and monitor the effect of the treatment. Thanks for your attention.
Thanks. Thanks to Dimitar Akolev. Last two speakers from UK. The first one is Michael Nunes, Senior Research Fellow at the University of Exeter Medical School. Title of his presentation is PANDAS Unveiled, Headline of Findings from an Evidence and Gap Map. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And thank you, everybody, for the invitation to be here. It's a great privilege to be at such a significant and important and quite emotional event. Next slide, please. So I'm here to talk about PANDAS Unveiled, which is our program of work, and specifically stage 1, which is an evidence and gap map. But before I begin, I need to point out that I'm here representing a team, and that's not just the experts in evidence synthesis and informed research at ISCA Evidence, pictured there in sunny Exeter, but it is significantly the clinicians, parents, and young people who gave so much to this work and made it as good as it could be. I also have to point out that Sam February actually led the work, but she tactically delegated the public speaking. Next slide, please. So who are we? Well, probably an unfamiliar name. ISCA Evidence is one of 13 groups in the UK. We are funded by the National Institute of Health and Care Research Evidence Synthesis Programme, which is a bit of a mouthful. What it really means is that our job is, as methodological experts, we're extremely good at finding, appraising, and making sense of evidence. And we do this to answer some of the big questions about health and social care topics, with a UK focus usually. So we work on lots of different topics. We're by no means experts in PANS and PANDAS. And a year ago, this was the first time we had heard of the conditions when we were commissioned to work with NHS England and the incredible charity PANS PANDAS UK, who you will hear from later. And we were asked to review treatment effectiveness in line with one of the top 10 James Lind Alliance priorities for childhood neurological conditions. As we would for any new project, we started to scope the evidence and see if this was feasible. And we weren't convinced that it was. What we needed to do was really get to grips with the type of literature available to see if there was anything meaningful we could do in this space. And seeing as we had to do some extensive searching, we thought, well, why don't we produce a map of the evidence, or an evidence and gap map? So we took this idea to our wider team, and they seemed to think that was a good idea. Next slide, please. I won't spend any time on the methods other than to say our goal was to find every study about PANS and PANDAS, or CANS and PITANS as well, as long as some empirical data were collected, there was a diagnosis made in the paper, and participants were humans. We looked everywhere we could think of to find these studies. Next slide, please. And click once more. One more, yeah, thank you. So we were going to be finding quite a large body of evidence, and we had to think about the MAP framework. So the MAP is essentially a table. It's an interactive table, an online resource, and we had to think carefully about what people were going to be looking for when they access this map. So how should we arrange all the studies? What data should we collect? What are people going to be looking for? And we had to take a lot of input from our wider team, and probably most significantly from the parents and youth board members we had access to through Pandas UK. And they really influenced so much about this map. Some examples being coding the different age groups in the studies, coding the settings, the professionals involved in studies, and so on. Next. So we screened well over 9,000 individual studies and included 445 pieces of evidence in the map, and 337 of those were peer-reviewed. Next. What does the map actually look like? What is this interactive table? Well, the first thing you see when you access the map is this information screen. And this is quite important for accessibility because there's a few slides on here which aren't captured by the screenshot, but we give lots of lay language explanations about what's in the map, what the terms mean, what study designs mean, and there's even a 10-minute video guide of me mumbling away showing you how to use the map. Next, please. So when you close that introduction screen, this is what you see. This is the interactive table in its most condensed form. Evidence is arranged by research topic across the top, and we cover everything from diagnosis, epidemiology, causes, mechanisms, through to symptoms, treatment, access, and experience. And then this is organised by year of publication. You can see lots of different coloured blobs in the middle there. The colours represent the study designs within any given part of the map, and the size of those bubbles tells you the volume of the evidence. So straight away, we've got lots of reds and blues. Reds are case studies, and blues are retrospective cross-sectional studies. Next. Just a couple of extra screenshots here. So if you expand the year of publication, you can probably not see, but we have the evidence arranged in 5-year groups, going back to the late 90s where we had the first papers. Next. And I've just expanded a couple of the research topics there. So within symptoms, for example, you can see there are various subcategories. So you could look at evidence specifically about flares. You could find evidence about physical symptoms, and so on. And I do just want to highlight in the bottom right of the map, there's a visitor counter, which as of today is approaching 900 unique visitors in just 2 months, showing there's quite a demand. Next, please. So if you hover over any part of the map, you get a preview of what's in that cell. Next. And again, please. So I've just hovered over the anti-inflammatory treatment evidence, and if you click on that cell, you can see there are 42 records within that section. You can read the abstract of every single one of them and follow a link to the full text paper. So this really is hopefully the portal to, if not every piece, but most pieces of research about PANS and pandas. Next. And again, one more thing I want to talk about is the filter mode. Please go ahead. If you aren't interested in reading all 445 studies, and I'm here for it if you are, if you have more nuanced requirements, you can open the filter mode, and this allows you to refine the data that's presented in the map. So you can see the top couple of options there, and if I click on any selection of these, I will refine the data. So I could say I want to look at PANS in infants, and select those two boxes, update the filters, and I would only see those studies. Next. There are actually 16 types of filters to play around with. Next. And I will just pause on the symptoms, because even though there are 31 categories, which already sounds like quite a lot, the one is other symptoms, and we actually had to code this in 130 papers describing nearly 300 symptoms that didn't fit in the rest of the map, such as the diversity of presentation. Next, please. So, on to the main findings and observations about the map and the evidence. If you look at the distribution of research by evidence topic, the thing that stands out there is that there is very little on access, very little on experiences, probably unsurprisingly. More than half of the evidence was produced in North and Central America, but in reality over 90% of that was in the US. Europe is providing nearly a third of the evidence, but just about 5% of that came from the UK. Hopefully not upsetting anyone to my left. Next, please. We can also see that while the overall rate of publication has really expanded in the last decade, when you see the distribution of that evidence by study design, we have a red line and a blue line representing case studies and retrospective studies, which tend to still dominate the evidence. We had 2 RCTs at the turn of the century, 25 years later, only 5. We also thought it was interesting that half of the evidence was about pandas specifically. Next, please. So in terms of gaps, we talk a lot about this in our report, which I'll link to at the end. There are lots of opportunities for evidence synthesis, and in stage 2 of PANS Pandas Unveiled, we're already working on 2 reviews. One is looking at the experience data that's captured in a batch of about 15 qualitative studies. This is going to be really excellent data, really impactful, and we're looking forward to publishing that because it's going to spread the word, I think. We also can see the value of high-quality evidence synthesis in our other areas where we can draw a line in the sand and establish what is known and what isn't known. For example, in the etiology and pathophysiology section, we have nearly 150 peer-reviewed journal articles. And since the last systematic review in this area about 10 years ago, there are 5 or 6 prospective cohort studies which could provide some really useful new information. Next, please. We're also working on a review of treatments in line with our original brief. We do need more evidence here, which probably won't surprise anybody. From our perspective, looking at the published literature, we just can't make strong recommendations for any treatments. We can't answer many of the questions that you can be rightfully asked about treatments, whether they work, when they work. But we do know, obviously, that there is a huge amount of work going on in clinics where people in this room, in fact, are saving lives on a daily basis and changing lives and doing wonderful work, gathering data with a significant volume of patients and actually working with treatment protocols. However, what we do need to do now is make sure that we're working to mobilize that data into the research sphere, because ultimately commissioners are going to be looking for this published evidence. So we think we need collaborations between research and clinical institutions in order to mobilise existing data, but also help design prospective research studies. We don't want to be here in 2036 still saying we haven't got enough published evidence. Next, please. And again, we did see that there was a real absence of data about diagnosis as a process, and that is despite some pretty harrowing stories that we've heard from people who've worked on this review. Waiting 3, 5, 8, 10 years for a diagnosis, if ever reaching one. Being told you have female hysteria as a child, being denied treatment, and so on. And you've heard lots of these stories over the day. These are issues where we need more evidence to raise awareness of this problem. And linked to that is the complete lack of focus on access and equity issues, because imagine if you don't have access to research and you can't read it or understand it or fight with a paediatrician to get a diagnosis. Where are you in that position? Next, please. And the final major gap that we want to talk about is that we only saw 9 pieces of evidence out of 445 coded in education settings. And we want our children to be spending a good part of their lives in education. But currently we're saying there is no literature to support children in school with PANS and PANDAS, to support families navigating the school system, or indeed to support education staff in dealing with children who have PANS and PANDAS. Next, please. So just to say that we are continuing with these 2 reviews over the summer. We hope to finish them in the autumn sometime. We're doing as much dissemination as we possibly can along the way. Next, please. Please do get your phone out and scan the QR code where you can read all our outputs, or follow ISCA Evidence on LinkedIn. And I just leave you with 2 extracts from the foreword of our report, which is written by parents involved in this project. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you. Thank you to Michael Nunes. It's time for Katie Gordon-Smith. She deals with nutritional medicine. She is a director of nutrition at the London PANS Clinic. Thank you.
Thank you. Hello, everybody, and thank you for having me. It's a complete honour to close what has been a really varied and super interesting scientific programme. So today I'm excited to bring nutritional medicine to the clinical conversation in regard to PANS PANDAS. So if we can flick to the next slide, please. What I want to cover today is what is nutritional medicine and how is it clinically relevant for our PANS PANDAS children? I want to think about a nutritional medicine framework, so how I approach working with the children that I see in clinic every day. I'll pull out a few core strategies and then I want to finish with some stories of hope, because as Jenny said and Tim has said, it's a complete honour to work with our patients and it's a joy. So next slide, please. So I want to start with the story of a plant, actually, one that many people in the room will probably know very well. So willow bark was actually in empirical use for about 5,000 years before the active compound, salicin, was isolated, and it was used for anti-inflammatory and anti-fever properties. So if you fast forward to around 1897, actually that compound salicin was then synthesized into a very famous drug. So aspirin is one of the most trusted medicines in the world. And this isn't an isolated example. So the reason that I bring it to your attention is because across modern drug approvals, if you look over the last couple of decades, actually 60% of antibacterial agents are derived from natural products. So actually the boundary between natural, I believe, and evidence-based is probably more porous than we imagine. And this is where I think nutritional medicine sits. Next slide, please. So what do I mean by nutritional medicine and how does it fit into the care pathway of our Pandas children? So I think as clinicians, we share a common goal. We want to move patients from symptom management only to full recovery. And in order to do this, what we're finding at the London PANS Clinic is that actually an integrated approach to care is bringing absolute benefit for our patients. So medical treatment is obviously fundamental, and the three-pronged approach of antibacterials, immunomodulatory treatment, and psychotherapeutic treatment is essential. But actually, what about when our children have had their acute phase of treatment? So Tim talked about the remission induction treatment. What about when they're in between flares? And also, I would say a lot of our children are triggered also by lifestyle and environmental factors that actually need to be addressed potentially through a slightly different avenue than a medical treatment. So nutritional medicine, I just want to clarify, because when I see families and patients, they often think that I'm just going to talk about purely diet and food. And I'm not here to say that broccoli is going to be curative of pandas. Nutritional medicine isn't necessarily curative, but what it is beyond just the diet that a child eats. It's actually looking at a very precise application of nutrition science, and this is really a bridge to extended recovery for our patients. Next slide, please. So there's three reasons that I wanted to draw your attention to in regard to why I think nutritional medicine is so important in the care pathway for our patients. The first one is because disordered eating is a core diagnostic criterion of PANS. If we can move to the next slide, please. So actually, if you look at disordered eating habits in our children, 50% of our children will have some degree of restricted eating habit, and 17% of those will have life-threatening complications. So inevitably, there is a nutritional consequence to that. Malnutrition, poor nutrient status, psychosocial detriments, and obviously increased susceptibility to reinfection. The other thing that I think we've touched on with a few presentations is the level of comorbidities in our patients. And I would say, without exception, really, most of the patients that we work with have comorbidities that affect nutritional status with no neurological consequence. So a few other speakers have talked about this, but celiac disease, EOE, food triggers, so food allergies, I would say POTS, thyroid dysregulation, I mean, the list could go on. Next slide, please. The second reason really is that nutrition has documented influence on key disease mechanisms. So this might be extrapolated from broader neuropsychiatric conditions, but we know that nutrition and nutrients in particular affect neuroinflammation, the oral gut-brain axis, mitochondrial function, and immune regulation. And thirdly, if you could move to the next slide, please. 1 in 2 families are already using these interventions. So actually we know from patient surveys that either nutrients or supplements are already being used. So exclusions in the diet and a vast range of supplement interventions, which is completely fair enough because our families want to help their children. But I think nutritional medicine needs much better research, regulation, and clinical supervision, mainly for patient safety, but also to achieve the outcomes that it can when it's actually used in an evidence-based setting. Next slide, please. So I just wanted to show you a nutritional medicine framework with how I approach patients in clinic. And I suppose at the top of the tree, if we could move to the build, perhaps if we just build the rest of the slide. Genetic susceptibility and the infectious and non-infectious triggers are obviously the first point of treatment that most of our children get. But I would say the outcome for a child is not defined purely by those triggers, and neither is it defined by the treatment that is given for those triggers. So actually, our job, my job, is very much to look at the root level biology, and another speaker has spoken about this beautifully as well. So to look at the wider terrain of that child, how can we influence the other systems in their biology, which is fundamentally going to define their recovery. So that might mean their immune dysregulation, the metabolic and cellular dysfunction that is entailed in the condition, neurobiological or neurotransmitter imbalance, all of which are influenced by nutrient insufficiencies. And lastly, if we build the last section, please, that then defines the therapeutics that I would look at. So that can range from diet, targeted nutraceuticals, so the functional components of plants, herbs, and foods, and then obviously the environment and the lifestyle around that child. So if we move to the next slide, please. The foundation of that framework comes with clinical assessment. So the first step, working with any child, is a full clinical history and physical exam. And that then dictates what potential testing we might do. So parents often come to me and they'll say, I really think my child is iron deficient, or do you think my child has a B12 insufficiency? And I say to them, I don't know. I can't tell you that by looking at them alone. So this is a suite of tests, and it's not exclusive. I don't want to go into particular detail on it, but there is a range of methods that we can test our children and establish clear biomarkers which then direct very personalised treatment. So that could be blood biomarkers, urine, fecal samples, and saliva. And we are building up a large bank of data at the London PANS Clinic, which very much will show us more information about the phenotype of our patients. And I would be delighted to see this as a validated nutritional assessment panel in the future. Next slide, please. We're also drawing on, with that insight from our own patients, we're drawing on known condition-specific research. So here, just to touch on a few, we've got on the left metabolic insights into the unique plasma profile of our PANS patients. And I have to say, most of this data we have the Italians to thank for. So on the left, when we talk about this metabolic profile, we're looking at the organic acid profile in the blood. And actually, interestingly, this is mapping almost exactly the urinary and organic acid data that we have at the London PANS Clinic. And the reason this is relevant is because when we see these markers on tests, we can directly intervene with either particular foods or particular supplements that can really influence symptoms that a child may be struggling with. Microbiomics in the middle. So Alberto talked about the microbial composition of our PANS patients and how it is distinct from controls. There is a different microbial composition. There's a lower alpha diversity in our PANS children. And also Alberto has published on the mechanisms around this. So the increased endotoxemia, microbial endotoxemia, the increased oxidative stress, and then the feed-forward loop into neuroinflammation. And lastly, for our nutrient status, we know that a lot of our children are particularly vitamin D deficient. Our own research has suggested iron and ferritin deficiency, and I would add to this zinc, B12, red cell folate. There are numerous nutrient insufficiencies that we find. Next slide, please. So if we could build the first section, please. So here we've looked at the overall framework. These are an indication of the various therapeutics. So if we could build the next couple of boxes, and just to reassure you, I'm not going to go into detail on these therapeutics, but it's just to show you, if you could build the next layer, please, that essentially with the insights that we just talked about, actually they will dictate a personalised plan for a child. So it's very much about biochemical individuality. Are you trying to replace nutrient sufficiency? Are you trying to modulate the oral gut-brain axis? Are you trying to prolong an antimicrobial course in between antibiotic intervention? Next slide, please. I'm going to cover 3 areas quickly before I close on these therapeutic interventions. So the first is diet, and it would be remiss of me not to talk about food in this talk. So there are an amazing 26,000 components within foods, which I find completely mind-blowing, to be honest. Some of those increase inflammation, and I think there is no one Pandas diet. So again, it's something I get asked a lot, and there isn't a one-size-fits-all. But what we do know is that anything which triggers pro-inflammatory signals, any allergens in the diet, anything which drives prostaglandin production, pro-oxidants, anything which then has a downstream effect on this beautiful microbiome balance is something that we want to decrease. On the other side, obviously, you've got factors in the diet which decrease inflammation. A lot of these are classified as immunonutrients because they directly modulate the immune system. So this will be obviously your plant-based foods, your rainbow diet, your fiber-rich foods which build short-chain fatty acids in the gut, which we know modulate directly the microglia in the brain. Next slide, please. But I want to take a minute to acknowledge the reality of what many of our families are working with, because actually in a flare, getting your child to eat anything is an achievement, quite honestly, and it's not often a battle that families want to take on. So dietary orthodoxy goes out of the window, and we're not necessarily talking about a rainbow diet anymore. We're talking about meeting families where they're at and prioritising adequacy over variety. So if we can just build a couple of steps. I mean, I actually love this aspect of my job because you get to be a little bit creative and you have to really adapt to where that child and where that family is at. But it might be switching their favourite cereal to gluten-free. If we can just build the steps, please. It might be adding an egg into a cookie. It might be making pancakes, right up to, you know, adding a little bit of protein powder if they'll have a smoothie, up to using their favourite meal. Next slide. And I want to just touch on exclusion diets, because this is something I get asked a lot in clinic, and I think this is where clinical supervision is really important because it does carry risk. So if you can just build the next couple of builds, please. So there is some evidence that actually dietary changes do have some benefit for our patients, but I'd like to offer a structured clinical approach here. So initially, I would say phase 1 for most of our patients is very much cleaning up their current diet. So we talked about anti-inflammatory and pro-inflammatory. The next might be, so if you can build the next box, please, thank you, targeted exclusion. So an example of this might be gluten and casein. And I would say, for example, with a folate receptor antibody positive child, I would do a 100% dairy-free diet because there is an evidence base there. And lastly, at the top of the triangle, you've got specialist diets, of which there are many. So modulating histamine, glutamate, oxalate, salicylate, you name it, we can do it with diet, but it is under clinical supervision. And the last build, please, because I would say the caution with these patients is obviously our Pandas children have OCD, they have food restrictive behaviours anyway, so we need to be very careful with how these diets are implemented. The second thing to touch on is the, if we can go forward, please. Yes, is the oral gut-brain axis in Pandas. So this has been touched on a number of times, so I don't want to dwell on it too much. But just to say that you can see that the mouth and the digestive tract are not just digestive organs. They are neurological and they are immunological as well. And you can see the similarity in the junctions here. So the biochemistry is similar, but it's also mechanistically linked. And with the disruption in the microbiota through infections, antibiotic use, and stress, poor diet, etc., you've got a feed-forward loop of neuroinflammation that happens in our children. But next slide, the thing that I find most exciting is that we can directly modulate this. So actually, if you look at the range of interventions that we can offer through nutritional medicine, they are varied. And the number one determinant of the microbial mix is diet. So what somebody eats is going to dictate the mix of the microbes, but then there are more targeted therapies. And it takes about 1 month to restore a child's microbiome after they have had antibiotics. And there are specific strains with probiotics that we can look at to drive up butyrate, to drive up GABA, and also to modulate the microbiota in the mouth. So actually the engineered strains like Strep salivarius K12 can actually reduce the oral dysbiosis, which then obviously has a feed-forward loop into the gut and the brain. Next slide, please. So before I close, I want to return to the willow bark at the beginning, because there are some exciting nutraceuticals within Pandas that I wouldn't be without in clinic. So I just want to touch on these before I close. So from left to right, we've got palmitothalamide, PEA, which again has very convincing RCT research now on microglial modulation, mast cell stabilization, and neuroinflammation. N-acetylcysteine likewise is a derivative of an amino acid, and there are again multiple RCTs on modulation of OCD symptoms. It's also a glutathione recycling agent, so it's brilliant for detoxification. We have a lot of fish dodgers in our patient cohort, so kids, including mine, don't like eating fish. So we use omega-3s and specialist pro-resolving mediators very effectively, either at the onset of a flare or afterwards to reduce inflammation. And lastly, L-theanine, particularly with B6, is brilliant at modulating the glutamate GABA pathway. So it increases alpha waves in the brain, and actually it works to have a sort of relaxing without sedating effect. So these are just a couple of examples. I could have picked vitamin D, folinic acid, zinc, but these are the ones I wanted to share with you. And I think these are the willow barks of our neuroinflammatory conditions to come. But just to close, I want to finish, I suppose, with the reason that we're all here, and the word hope has come up many times, and this is a really embarrassing photo that Tim took of me outside the American Academy of Child and Adolescent Psychiatry, but it was a statue about hope, and it was actually really inspiring, because behind, as we've said earlier, every research paper and every clinical stat is a child and a family, and if we can just build the rest of the slide. So a child like Louis, who after struggling with years of tics, OCD and rage, we heard about a week ago that he'd been back at school for the first time in 3 years. And that's a combined effort, I would say, of both of our influences. And then if we keep building, just a couple more examples, a child like Harriet, who has had years of infections from 0 to 5, and she's been sick and coughing every single night for many, many years. Picking up EOE in her and taking out dairy in the diet, addressing mold, moving her bed into a different room. She stopped being sick for the first time in 5 years. And a child like Max, if we can just build the last two, who regained his place in the nativity play. So these are stories that light us up every day. As Jenny said, recovery is possible, and I believe that an integrated approach is critical. So thank you for giving me time to bring nutritional medicine to the clinical conversation today.
Thank you. Thank you, Katie Gordon-Smith. We listened very interesting contributions. Now we have a short 10 minutes question time moderated by Alberto Spalice and Tim Ubi.
So we decided to have only 10 minutes because we are a little late. So if we have questions from the audience, don't be shy. No. Okay. You have the microphone.
No, it works now. Okay, we talked a lot about the kids and a lot of pediatrics here. I wonder what's happening with the young adults, late teenagers. Because of a son, he's now 20 years, he suffers PANS, and we heard treatment is difficult. I feel it's getting even more difficult when they're grown-ups, adults, counting as adults. Thank you.
You're going to take that one?
Okay, I try. So for the adults, it's a big problem because even if we see some patient in the late adolescence and the adult phase, we don't have too much treatment in this kind of patients. So it's a bit a problem. But in Rome, we try to have a collaboration with the adult psychiatry, someone who absolutely try to do something for this kind of patients. We think that the collaboration with, between pediatrician, neurologist, neuropsychiatry, and adult psychiatry is a key to try to treat this patient. Is little different, I think, in if you have the parallelism between the patient in pediatric age and the patient in the adult age is very difficult.
Yeah, no, and I'd sort of echo some of what Alberto said there. So we do have we are developing an adult service with adult physicians in the UK. There is only one group run by Indra Bharathan at the moment. The phenotype does change as you get older, certainly from our experience. If a child progresses through Pandas without treatment, the way they present when they're older is different, and there may be a number of reasons behind that. But we mustn't ignore them. The question is, how do we get to the point where we can treat them? Clearly, we have to, I think, focus on the pediatric population first, get to the point where we have accepted guidelines, and then we can build from that. Because, of course, children will have persistent symptoms in some cases, particularly if you look at those subtypes that I presented earlier on. So I think, I do not feel that we're going to abandon adults, but I think we need to do it in a systematic and logical way that is evidence-based, and it is going to be around gaining evidence around these conditions.
Other question? Okay.
I don't want to get into too much detail, but considering the 20-year-old patient, would you still consider plasmapheresis an option for him? Because you've said that it presents differently in adults because they went through Pandas. The development happened when they were a child. In this case, the development happened when he was 17. So it hasn't been that long, and he's been treated since. We've tried EVIC. And now we're at the point where we think of doing plasmapheresis. Mm-hmm. Do you view this as an option for older people?
We have an experience in a lot of patients in the late childhood, so in the adolescent phase, that absolutely doesn't respond to the EVIC treatment and respond very well to the plasmapheresis, but it's not so easy to find the center that can do plasmapheresis for the Pandas patient. We tried in Rome 1 year ago, then we have a lot of problem with the ethical committee. We are moving to another center in Rome, and now we are moving to another center in Cosenza, that is in South Italy. We are trying to organize a network because the apheresis is absolutely a good kind of treatment, especially in my experience in the young girls, 14 to 20 years of age. We have a great response to the apheresis.
So
but it's not the definitive treatment. So after the apheresis, you have to keep in mind, I get you a bomb. In some patient with the apheresis, our immunologist of the adult suggest, for example, rituximab, but we don't have experience in my clinic.
We thought about that too. So will your center be an option for patients to go to, even out of Italy?
Yes.
Okay.
Where are you based? Where do you live?
Germany, Munich.
Germany, okay. Yeah. I mean, it depends on whether you regard this as an acute onset, a new onset of Pandas from 17 onwards, or whether this is perhaps something where their inflammation has been relatively low, rumbling along, and then it's ramped up at 17.
We are very sure.
Okay.
In his case.
Yeah. I mean,
she's a mother, and she's a psychotherapist. So she has experience, and we've consulted with many doctors in Germany that specialize in PANS as well.
Well, I mean,
I think
if that's the case, then I think logically he should be responsive to treatment. right? So it's worth a go.
He is, but it's not consistent. That's the issue.
So then you need to find what's driving the inflammation.
That's what we're trying to.
That's what you have to get to the root cause. What is driving inflammation? Jenny Frankovic published a paper, I think it was last year, where they used IVIG with rituximab, and the treatment response was well over 70%. It was really good. So yeah, that may be something to explore, because then you're controlling the inflammatory pathways.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
One question over there. You have the microphone.
There's a little switch by you. There you go.
Thank you, Dr. Ruby. Thank you, everybody. I'm a parent of a child, age 11, in Ireland, who has Pandas. He's actually a patient of Dr. Ubi's, and we're very grateful for his assistance and help to date. We travelled to Dr. Ubi in London from Ireland. We were fortunate enough to be able to have the resources to do that. It's not accessible to everybody, obviously, and we have very little resources available in Ireland currently. I have spoken to many, many parents in similar situation where I'm from. What message would you give to parents in my shoes, and because there's so many, when we are faced with, when we bring our child to various specialists, paediatricians, psychiatrists, psychologists, CAM services in Ireland, when we are faced with, Pandas, that's a controversial diagnosis, or we've heard of it, but there's zero response, and we are left to, as someone said, Google late into the night, research, dedicate our every waking moment to helping our children. There's loads of stories of hope here, which is fantastic for the future, but as someone said, childhood can't wait, and they have suffered enough. So currently, what message could you give to parents right now who are facing that barrier by medical professionals, healthcare professionals, and we are not medical people, we're parents?
Yeah, okay, I'll take this one. So the first thing is do not give up. Okay, I think if one thing that you've gained from today, it's that there's a lot of incredible work going on. Look at what Chris is doing. Look at what Jenny's doing. Look at the way that we're unpicking this disease and actually understanding the molecular mechanisms behind it. The only way that we change established medical practitioners in terms of what they do is to educate them. And that education has to be evidence-based education. So that's what we're going to do. That's what we are doing. That's why we're doing audits. That's why we are collating the data. So do not give up. When I qualified as a doctor, I took something called the Hippocratic Oath. And in that, the first part of the Hippocratic Oath is do no harm. Okay? I would argue that by ignoring a child's disease, we are doing harm. Yeah. And I think we do need to raise that. And that needs to be raised in a way that's sensitive, because we don't want to create enemies here. What we want to do is work with people to instigate change. To instigate that change, first of all, we need the evidence, but we also need a very strong political drive. And that political drive comes from you as parents. I can see that it shouldn't be that way, but in reality, that's what's happening. It's the parent groups that are actually pushing this forward. And I think we're going to get there. Don't give up.
No, we'll never give up, and we're grateful to all of you. Thank you. Thank you.
We have the space for another question. Okay, over there.
Oh, there. I want to comment on the German mother from the 20 years. In the Netherlands, we have a transition time for for children till adults. So I don't know if you have it in Germany as well, and otherwise you have to provide the government with maybe
we do.
The Dutch. You do have.
Yeah, we do have a transition time, and that's why he's currently still getting treatment, because technically with 18 he's an adult, but this transition time goes till 21. So.
Oh, okay. In the Netherlands it's still 25.
In Germany it's only 25 in rare cases, and I don't think we can get that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Maybe ask for one more question.
Just one more?
Yeah, I think so. Okay, we're short of time, so we will be around afterwards to answer any questions that we can possibly answer, and I'm sure I'm going to be speaking for the other speakers who will be willing to answer questions later on. But just for this bit, can we have one more question and that's it, and then we're going to stop after that. So anybody want to come through with a last question? Or do you want to grab us later at the bar? Okay, we'll talk later. We'll talk later. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much. A special thank to Team Ubi and Alberto Spalice, our scientific coordinator. Now the space dedicated to association. I call here Nicole Kien. She's a lawyer. She deals with European health law and patients' rights. And I call here Vincenzo Casaregola. He's head of institutional relations of pandasbge Parents Association. I think this is one of the most important forum about Pandas Association ever organized in Europe. I ask to introduce this forum to Nicole King.
Thank you very much.
The bottom?
This one? Yeah, thank you very much. Well, first of all, thank you very much to pandasbge in Italy for this beautiful conference. Thank you also for the invitation, and I'm really glad to be here today to try to contribute to what we can establish with each other from a patient group perspective. You see the quote I added to my first page: "The way to right wrongs is to turn the light of truth upon them." It's a quote from a very well-known person who used to be a slave, actually, in the United States, but made something really great out of putting that light onto something really bad. And I listened very carefully to all your introductions today, and I thought I could not have chosen a better quote thinking about the being invisible when you have this disease, like was illustrated when we started the conference this morning. And let's try to get some of that invisibility out of the way by putting that light of truth on it. So that's what I've been trying to do as an attorney at law in the last couple of years, also for Pandas on behalf of the European Patient Association Expand. And I'm really, really proud that they chose me to do that for and with them. So also thank you for that experience. And for that, in that way, I think if I can have the next slide, please, yes. Rare diseases are, well, we cope with rare diseases also from a legal perspective already for a long time. We have been doing our best also as attorneys to solve all the difficulties for patients that come with them. There are a lot of rare diseases and there are a lot of patients within the EU that suffer from it. And also the EU acknowledges that all those difficulties for patients and parents of patients with rare diseases. So they put into place quite a lot of instruments already based on the cry for help that you as patients, patient groups, and we as attorneys have been putting out there in the last decades. Can I have the next slide, please? So one of the beautiful things that came out of all those cries for help is that we have an actual directive since 2011 on the application of patient rights in cross-border healthcare. And that when you look at the motivation of that directive, you can see that it has been acknowledged that we have challenges in rare diseases. So that is something that I would like to say something about, also about the status of Pandas, legal and other challenges we're facing today. I am going to link it to a challenge that we haven't spoken of today yet, and to conclude with a call to action. So if I can have the next slide, please. Here you see that purpose of the directive a little bit more concrete. It really focuses on the vulnerable position of patients with rare diseases. And it also acknowledges that lack of awareness among healthcare providers, and that is something I think today is all about. That awareness that we really need amongst healthcare providers. It acknowledges that just like with Pandas, there are long and complex diagnostic pathways. If you look at the EU literature, 4 years is supposed to be long already. And I saw here on the slides today that it goes up to 9 or 10 years before a child is, or Pandas is diagnosed and acknowledged. So this is absolutely impossible and unacceptable from already the EU point of view, and therefore we really have an opportunity that is created to change something there. As we do know, there is this urgent need for access to specialized care across borders. If I can have the next slide. Here you see an overview that is part of the EU Rare Diseases Plan that is being made right now in 2026. And you see that the EU has brought into light what the key challenges are that patients face with a rare disease, but also how it impacts on their lives. And I don't think I have to explain that today and go into it, because when you are a parent or you are involved in a patient group or you're a medical professional, you know these challenges far better than are described there. So if I can have the next slide, please. So what you do see is that the directive itself gives quite a lot of solutions already. And one of those solutions is that for a couple of years already we work with European reference networks where expertise from medical care providers is already brought together. So they really look where are expert centers in the EU and which medical specialists are there who are able to collaborate and work on a program on 1 or 2 or 3 rare diseases in the same category. Of course, that is also about knowledge mobility, and even the EU says, well, it should be the knowledge that travels, not the patient, but it also acknowledges on cross-border healthcare that if there are 5 beautiful expert centers that are really well equipped in 5 EU membership countries, then all of the other patients should be able to travel there. So we will take a look at those transition ages and reimbursement when we really have those expert centers. National contact points, it works with the thought that there are expert centers in every member state, and the reimbursement rights are also coupled, added to it. However, if I can have the next slide, please. It looks really beautiful, those European reference networks, and it works also wonderful when you're actually in there. But if you look at the ERNs that are now on neurological subjects or on immunological subjects, PANS and Pandas is not in there. There is no program at this moment focusing on PANS and Pandas, so there is also no budget from the EU that is available for research or doing other things to help this disease develop into something that can be treated and is diagnosable all over Europe. So we are actually with PANS and Pandas a little bit before that. Could I have the next slide, please? And again, one more. So looking at PANS Pandas, you see that for Pandas there is an ORFA code already since 2006, and I guess you're very surprised of this, but there are 162 expert centers registered in ORFA code that are supposed to know something about Pandas. But in reality, we are certain, we know that there are very limited EU networks of experts or expert centers or whatever. So sometimes expert centers get registered because they want to focus on a subject like that, but you know that if you really need help, they're not there. So There are no activities within the ERNs, no official expert centers that people can actually be referred to just like that. We still don't have an EU-wide registry, and there is no knowledge of the disorder with primary care providers, medical specialists, social services, of course, with the exemption of a few that do know. But when your child is ill, you must be very lucky to find somebody who knows anything. Can I have the next, please?
3 minutes,
Yes,
please.
yeah, I will go fast. So, could I have the next slide, please? Yeah, I think the obstacles and problems are discussed today. So I think I don't have to say too much about that. It's about that diagnostic pathway. It's about knowing where to go to. It's about medical specialists, social services, governments that need to know what's going on there and need to come up with a program. But there are two obstacles or problems that have not been mentioned yet, and what we do see in practice is that they are becoming a major problem too, and that's about child protection, concerns, and parental rights. Can I have the next slide, please? So one of the cases that is on my plate at this moment is in Sweden, where parents actually have lost their child to custodians. The child is placed into a foster home. They are allowed to visit that child twice a month. They have filed 87 court cases against the decision of social services because they really believe that this is a Munchausen by proxy case. But I think you will understand if I tell you that some of the experts that expert centers that were presenting previously have given several statements in which they said this child is really suffering from Pandas. So the social services are not aware of it, the government is not aware of it, and the parents are really in trouble, and the child is begging to be placed back into the family home. So if I can have the next slide, please. What you see is that the European Convention on Human Rights, which asks to honor the right to family life, is really, really violated in these cases. Because of the lack of knowledge, because of the lack of awareness. So, and the following slide, please. And the following. So this really calls for action. We have to get some kind of inclusion at some stage of Pandas in a European reference network. We have to strengthen EU-wide collaboration, provide structural funding for research that is really dedicated for PANS and Pandas, to be able to develop those diagnostics and treatment pathways. But we really believe that it all starts with communication about this disease, and we really desperately need the help of all the patient groups in all the member states, going to their own national governments, as well as attending their attention to all the European Parliament members involved to wake them up that awareness is really, really, really necessary, and to get all the help they can get in the program as bright and wide as possible to bring that awareness to a level that you can actually get that referral if you need it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Nicole Keane. Vincenzo Casaregola.
Sì. Buonasera a tutti.
Good evening. First of all, we're here today in Brussels for a moment that is highly symbolic and never like before. I would like to convey the fact that the symbol and the form is also substance. Usually when a family receives a diagnosis of a suspect case of Pandas, the first person to accompany you, well, is loneliness. And I say this because As a father, with my wife, when we started this journey with our daughter, the first comfort we found was in associations, which is why I strongly believe in form becoming substance. Today, we're showing what it means to work together and to create advocacy. Being part of an association doesn't only mean providing comfort mutually, but it means turning suffering into a lever for change. And this is what we are. We're active members of associations, and we're working hand in hand with the scientific world. We do this within our association, and we convey our experience in Italy. And we try to provide support, starting from day-to-day needs, so as not to leave families and children alone, and to translate solidarity and volunteer work in tangible results with therapy sessions, caregivers, legal support. We also provide parental training, information sessions, so as to give families all the tools we can, because an informed parent is a less angry parent, if that's possible, and we try to help them deal with their day-to-day. We also promote initiatives for doctors and teachers. As has been said today, it's crucial to reach early diagnosis. All of this must lead us to reach our main objective in advocacy. In the Pandas Association and everybody, any person who deals with Pandas, the main target is to set up diagnostic tools that are truly efficient and that are cut to measure and that are tailored to the patients that we actually know, so that we can ensure that these children have dignified lives. Advocacy, therefore, becomes an institutional process as well. In Italy, we started in 2023, and things have moved very quickly since then. A letter sent by Nicole reached the Italian government and opened up a channel, a communicating channel with the government. We then met with the Ministry for Health on the 8th of October 2024, and then we started a battle for LEAs. In October 2025, we presented a formal request to include these syndromes in the national health system, so that patients can receive treatment, including for Pandas. At the same time, we're also trying to set up national guidelines that we are pretty sure that our National Health Service will approve soon. So we need to ensure early diagnosis and detection through the national health system. But more than anything else, we need to grant families a fundamental right of feeling acknowledged by the state. Advocacy takes us to Europe today on an international scale. We've brought together families from across Europe, and it's a beautiful thing. It gives us a very strong sense of community. I've always said that we can win only if united. This is our mission, winning united. The fact of bringing this topic to the attention of the European institutions is already a victory in itself. This project and this event today, and when I talk of form, I keep on repeating, form is substance. The support of the European institutions, the European Parliament, our ministers, and the medal of the President of the Republic, and the honor of having President Metsola here and the Minister for Health, it means that if advocacy is well structured, it can generate a real impact and added value. Value for all of us and for the families and children. And to conclude, the message I want to leave you with is that the voice of what we're living, what we're experiencing, and that your children are experiencing is that your children deserve to be heard. And we must never stop looking for answers. We need to be able to rely on experts and to make a strong network. And let's be even more united. In our association, we'll carry on advocating so that our children can be diagnosed and helped. And we'll be fighting so that these children can be children with their fundamental rights to schooling, their relationships, and to a bright future. Because behind all of this, as our president said this morning, there is a family that's asking for hope and dignity, and the role of associations is to work for this hope to become reality. Thank you.
Vincenzo, stay here. Vincenzo, please, I ask Nicole to return here. And I call Elena Stratulat and Victoria Alexandra Dever. The first two testimonies. Elena Stratulat, Pandas syndrome community representative from Romania, and Victoria, Associazione Genitori pandasbge from Spain. Please, Elena.
I will start. So good evening, because we got
the red button.
Is the mic working? Good evening. As we got to the evening, what an important day today. I'm Elena. I'm coming from Romania, and professionally, I activate in international business management. Today, I am here in my most important role. I am a mom, a parent representing thousands of parents who are fighting every day for their children's life. And actually, I would like to replace the word fighting in my speech, as partnering with multidisciplinary healthcare teams is one of our goals. It also sounds better when it comes to saving lives, right? In Romania, this community was started only 18 months ago by an amazing mother. Now we are a group of 5 actively involved, and I will mention here some of the Romanian achievements. Please, next slide. I will not read all of them. I will just share a few of them. Next slide. 4,000 plus community members gathered in only 18 months with 600 educative posts. 130 on the slide. Can we move, please, to the next slide? Thank you. 130, but today we are 143 because we are adding people every day to support each other. National petition with nearly 4,000 speakers, signatures, advocating for recognition and access to care, supported by public figures and influencers. Then when it comes to medical professional engagement, a network of 350 Romanian physicians via LinkedIn, ongoing educational outreach, 7 Romanian doctors enrolled in a scholarship program developed in collaboration with Neuroimmune Foundation. One of them is here today with us. Advocacy and institutional action, official memorandum submitted to the Romanian Ministry of Health, structured advocacy efforts addressing diagnostic and treatment gaps, contribution to bringing Pandas into the national healthcare dialogue, promotion of interdisciplinary discussions needed around neuroimmune disorders and pediatric neuroinflammation. When it comes to awareness and strategic partnership, we have a collaboration with a leading Romanian supplements company for publication of educational articles in a high visibility national platform, national media exposure through television and press releases, continuous awareness efforts focused on neuroimmune mechanism, early recognition, and multidisciplinary care. Access to advanced diagnostic. We facilitated the introduction and access in Romania to specialized investigations, including all the tests that you can see on the next slide. Yes, please, thank you. These initiatives helped families gain access to testing options that weren't available. Community impact. We built the first structured national support ecosystem dedicated to pandas in Romania. We improved access to information for families. We helped increase awareness and recognition of pandas in Romania, public and medical discussions. We contributed to reducing isolation for affected families. For all the above, we want to express our gratitude to all Romanian families in the community we have created in such a short time. On top of this, we are grateful to you all, organizers, associations, physicians, researchers, and healthcare professionals who actively got involved to make this day possible. I'm Elena. I am Theodore's mom, and today I will leave this room to continue researching for solutions to heal my son while supporting all children and parents we can, the best way we can, as no family should have to navigate this journey alone. You, Romania, Europe, the world out there, what will you do for your children after leaving this room tonight? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Elena. Please, Victoria. Please, the red button.
Microphone, please. Good evening, representatives of the European institutions, health professionals, researchers, and citizens. Today I'm here as a Spanish mother, but also as a voice of many families who in Spain continue to face alone a disease that still does not find a place within our health system. To talk about pandas means to talk about children who change abruptly. Children who lose abilities, stability, autonomy, and often their daily lives from one day to the next. Families that observe a clear deterioration and that, even so, find themselves facing a void, a lack of recognition, lack of training, absence of structures capable of responding. In Spain today, there are no specific national protocols, no defined care pathways, and medical training on these conditions is insufficient. It is insufficient. And when a disease is not known, time becomes the greatest enemy of patients. Because every diagnostic delay means prolonged suffering. Every child unrecognized in time, not recognized in time, is a missed opportunity for intervention. And each abandoned family ends up bearing an enormous health, emotional, and economic burden alone. Many Spanish families are forced to seek help outside the country. Italy has become, for some of them, a medical and human point of reference. But accessing care abroad cannot be a privilege reserved to those who have the means, possibility of traveling, or the physical strength to do so. Europe cannot accept health inequality where access to care depends on the country in which a child is born. That's why this issue does not belong only to the clinical field. It's a question of equity, rights, and institutional responsibility. We need to build a European response based on scientific cooperation, training of professionals, research, and the exchange of knowledge between countries. We need doctors to have tools to recognize these conditions. We need families to finally listening, not disbelief. And we need health systems capable of acting before the damage is irreversible. Families cannot continue to be the ones who lead the way alone. They should not be the ones who must study medicine to defend their children, and they should not be the ones who must cross borders to find care. Today, in Spain, we ask that Pandas definitively enter the European health agenda with seriousness, scientific rigor, and a political will. Because behind every case, there is a child waiting to be recognized, and behind every child, there's a family that has not given up. Thank you.
Please come here to the stage, Vicky Borford and Katie Inson and René Blanchard-Acre. Thank you. Vicky Barford is the CEO of Pandas UK. Katie Inson, the Health and Policy Head. I recommend the respect on timing, 5 minutes to each speaker.
I'm sorry?
5 minutes to each speaker. Thank you.
Wow, look at everybody coming together, isn't that wonderful? So thank you so much, first of all, to the pandasbge Association for inviting us here today. We've been asked to talk about the situation in the UK, and in particular, the work we're doing to improve the situation, improve care and support for people with PANS and PANDAS. But first, well, we don't really need to do introductions now because you've said who we are. So with that, I'd like to say, next slide, please.
Thank you. So the quotes that you see here all come from members of our youth board during a roundtable discussion with MPs at the UK Parliament last month. I think the quotes speak for themselves, but we'll perhaps just read out a few. So one of our young youth board members, who's 9 years old, said, "I think about my little sister, who's 3. If this happened to her, I'd want her to be treated quickly. I would want people to understand what was happening to her so she could get better."
When you live with a sibling who has PANS, you learn to live on eggshells every single day. OCD kept her awake, screaming till 2 in the morning. It stopped us leaving the house, so I was always late for school. I couldn't invite friends over for years because I never knew what would happen. Next slide, please. Can we have the next? Thank you. So earlier this year, we carried out the Speak Up survey of the UK PANS PANDAS community to capture an accurate picture of their experiences. Now, the statistics you see here paint a really stark picture. Even with an established National Health Service, patient experiences for young people with PANS and PANDAS are dire. The delay for assessment and diagnosis remains unacceptably long, particularly given that early treatment is known to lead to better outcomes. The lack of awareness and timely health care and support compounds the trauma experienced by patients and families. For children and young people and their families, and the growing number of adult patients, living with multiple and severe symptoms is just the beginning. Finding a clinician with the knowledge to assess and diagnose these conditions in the UK is extremely challenging, leading to long delays and often misdiagnosis and inappropriate interventions, or worse, complete denial, disbelief, and even potential parental blame.
In education, attendance doesn't just dip for children and young people with PANS and PANDAS. For many, it collapses. Our data tells us that over a third of children or young people miss more than a year of education. In our survey, 79% of parents and carers told us that PANS and PANDAS affected their child's ability to keep up with learning, and 92% reported challenges with memory, attention, or processing information as a direct result of the conditions. Families tell us how quickly this happens, and what's really important to understand is that most of these children or young people did not have special educational needs before they became ill. Then we see the wider impacts of the conditions. Caregiver burden is significant, with 81% of respondents reporting feelings of anxiety, isolation, and loneliness. We heard from siblings traumatised by the abrupt change in their family. One young person told us she developed flashbacks, panic, symptoms of PTSD. She said, "I couldn't feel safe in my own home." Life with PANS and PANDAS is also negatively impacted in terms of employment and income, with families forced to seek private healthcare and often to give up their careers to become full-time carers for their child. Next slide, please.
Can we have the next slide, please? Thank you. So we carried out a similar survey back in 2020, and frustratingly, very frustratingly, the picture is no brighter today. But clearly, there's still much to be done. We've heard about that today. And it remains our mission to ensure everyone affected by PANS and PANDAS in the UK receives free, effective, and equitable care on the NHS. But now, let's talk you through some of the initiatives undertaken by PANS PANDAS UK to help ensure that our next survey doesn't paint the same bleak picture. Next slide, please.
So PANS PANDAS UK began in 2017 as an online community group of parents. We registered as a charity in 2018. The same year, working collaboratively with the newly formed PANS Physicians Network, we released a set of treatment guidelines.
Unfortunately, the following year, these guidelines had to be withdrawn as a number of Royal Medical Colleges expressed concern about a perceived lack of stakeholder engagement in their development. The difficult political landscape around PANS and PANDAS and the differing views between clinicians went on to become increasingly challenging and damaging to patients. So in 2020 and 2021, we saw our application for NHS guidelines rejected. We saw the mass discharge of PANS and PANDAS patients from a leading children's hospital. And we saw the publication of a statement by the British Paediatric Neurological Association recommending that PANS and PANDAS were not to be treated with antimicrobials, anti-inflammatories or immune therapies, but instead should be referred to psychiatry alone for symptom management. The impact of this statement, as I'm sure you can understand, was absolutely devastating for patients and parents, and it led to a situation where throughout the UK, patients were being discharged from clinics, referrals were being rejected, and treatments were being withdrawn.
Determined to forge ahead, we redoubled our efforts, successfully securing a question about treatment for PANS and PANDAS in the top 10 research priorities for paediatric neurology, and establishing the National PANS PANDAS Steering Group to improve standards of care. 2023 and 24 saw increased efforts to influence health policy via a backbench debate in UK Parliament and significant engagement from the Department of Health and NHS England. Output from the PANS PANDAS Steering Group continued to grow, with the publication of a series of statements updating health professionals on the work underway to address variation in care, and significantly in 2024, the launch of the PANS Clinical Guideline Development Group. In 2025, PANS PANDAS UK co-developed an e-learning module for health professionals. We also issued an update for clinicians and a further update for educators, social care and allied health professionals, emphasising the importance of a holistic and informed approach for these young people. Next slide, please.
Can we have the next slide, please? Thank you. So I'm going to leave this quote here just for a moment, and I would invite you to take a photograph of it. All of these efforts have culminated in the release of this statement by NHS England, confirming that they recognise the conditions. This confirmation, coming from the highest echelons of our UK health service, was a landmark moment and formed strong foundations for our work going forward. Next slide, please.
2026.
Please go to the end, please, of contribution.
I'm sorry?
Please, can you conclude?
Oh,
okay. Thank you.
Okay, very, very
3
quickly.
minutes. Thank you.
3 minutes?
Yeah, thank you.
That's,
2-3 minutes.
That's fine. We've only got a minute to go. Go on.
So, 2026 is an important year of progress for the conditions in the UK, seeing many initiatives coming to fruition. Already this year, our Youth Board have spoken in Parliament, bravely sharing their testimony with an audience of MPs. As you've seen, we've carried out a community-wide survey which will feed into a number of significant pieces of work later this year. And as you've already heard from Dr. Michael Nuns, we've been delighted to work closely with Exeter University on the Pandas Unveiled project. Next slide, please. So what's happening this year? 3 initiatives to influence UK health policy will take place later this year. A parliamentary backbench debate, a cost-benefit analysis, and an all-party parliamentary group lived experience report. 2 important publications are anticipated in late 26, the publication of guidance for educators, social care and allied health professionals, and a clinical guideline developed in conjunction with the Royal College of Paediatrics and Child Health. That leaves us with 1 international conference, which we warmly invite you all to attend. This will be taking place in the UK on International Pandas Awareness Day, the 9th of October.
Next slide, please. So next year, our focus will be on ensuring the clinical guideline and the guidance for educators are widely disseminated and implemented across the UK. And in addition to that, we'll be facilitating research in the UK and further afield through the launch of a UK-wide surveillance study. And there'll be continued conversations about research funding with the National Institute for Health Research. And at the heart of all of this is a reflection on what has brought us all here today. And that's the belief that progress for people with PANS and PANDAS is a shared responsibility which transcends disciplines and borders. And this is exemplified by the generosity of Expand, who you'll hear from next, in funding the UK surveillance study. So a huge thank you to Expand for that. And the benefits of that surveillance study will extend far beyond the UK. And indeed, by the efforts of the pandasbge Association in bringing us all here into this room today. So we have a saying in the UK, out of the mouths of babes. And in this vein, we'd like to close our contribution with the words of Alice, one of our youth board members speaking to UK members of Parliament just a few weeks ago. Next slide, please.
So Alice told MPs, don't just think that's really sad, those poor children. Think, what action can I take to help? We would invite you all, and perhaps most of all, those of you with the power to influence change, to keep this quote at the forefront of your minds as you leave today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Vicky Barford and Katie Hinson. René Blanchard-Acre is chair of the board of the European Immunoneuropsychiatric Association. Please.
Thank you. Go ahead and
press the button.
To the next slide. Well, I would also like to thank our European Parliament hosts. I hope they have an opportunity to, those who weren't able to attend, to watch the playback of this afternoon for how important it was. And thank you to pandasbge for this initiative. Next slide, please. It's a privilege to speak with you as chairman of the board of Expand, the European Immunoneuropsychiatric Association, on behalf of our member organizations. In the autumn of 2019, as the lead advocate for the Netherlands, I found myself in Ms. Keen's office looking to take legal action in response to entrenched resistance within the Dutch healthcare system to recognizing and treating PANS. Another attorney may have simply taken my money and tried to do what I asked them to do. But Ms. Keen didn't. Instead, she had wise advice. She told me I needed to be more clever than that that I needed to elevate PANS and PANDAS as a healthcare concern to the European level, and that I needed to create something better than what existed. Specifically, I needed to organize the formal and informal patient groups and organizations into a pan-European association, raise funds to support the association's initiatives, recruit a scientific and medical advisory board with an international expertise, promote research, organize patient registries, establish expert centers, and organize trainings for care providers utilizing existing European platforms. It was a pivotal conversation. Some might call it a plot twist. Next slide. Oh, wait a minute. I wasn't watching. And I go, can you go? Well, that's okay. Yeah, back. Something's maybe busy. Yes, this was where 2 weeks later at the outstanding 2019 International PANS Conference organized by SANE Sweden, Ms. Keen and I met with advocates from across Europe. They agreed to join the initiative to create Expand, our pan-European patient organization. Okay, the next slide, please. I will share only one brief aspect of my personal story to make the point that recognition of these conditions should not depend on borders. 2 of my 3 children developed PANS, 6 years apart, the first in Finland in 2011 and the second in the Netherlands in 2018. Over the past 15 years, on behalf of my children, I navigated medical care in 7 countries, 5 in Europe, in the United States, and Canada. Jobs change, families move for many reasons, and children can recover enough to attend college or work. What should not change is whether their medical condition is recognized. This conviction is at the heart of Expand and its members' vision of a future in which children, adolescents, and adults with PANS and PANDAS obtain a timely diagnosis from informed, compassionate providers, a future in which they receive individualized, integrated, and transdisciplinary treatment, regardless of their age or where they live, and a future that includes access to additional services necessary for patients and their families to support an optimal recovery. Next slide, please. To achieve that vision, there is a vicious cycle we need to break. Because patients are often not welcomed into mainstream hospital structures, many families turn to private clinics where data is rarely collected systematically. Hospitals and academic centers then point to the lack of robust data as a reason to not engage. Next slide, please. Through Expand, we set out to break that cycle. We have built an important foundation. We brought together the Pan-European Patient Organization and an active scientific and medical advisory board, creating such a structure in which patient-identified needs and scientific initiative reinforce one another. Drawing on that dynamic, the association's priorities and the board's expertise have helped us respond to misleading publications, support clinician education through webinars and expert case discussions, and facilitate research, including a genetic pilot study that led directly to 2 published papers and 1 in review. They have also enabled us to deepen the exchange of knowledge and collaboration across the Atlantic by supporting members of the Scientific and Medical Advisory Board to participate in conferences and meetings, and by bringing a coordinated European patient voice into those discussions. At the same time, those achievements expose the extent of the structural barriers that still stand in the way. Next slide, please.
Please, René.
Yeah.
1 minute to go.
Okay.
Yeah.
So basically, we were a partner in large EU grants. But even with that opportunity, we couldn't even use the words PANS and PANDAS. That has to change. Also, large institutions don't have the internal resources to support those kind of large grant proposals. They're going to go with other diseases that are going to be a clearer choice and a safe and established choice. Expand invested 70,000 euros in commercial grant writing services over the years. And then, in order to fill the gap for surveillance, we have now agreed to support the surveillance study in the UK. This is all addressing the same problems. So you can go to the next slide. And this is about the surveillance study. To the next slide. Another example of Expand stepping in to address national gaps in patient needs comes from the Netherlands, where Expand and Pandas Netherlands have made a joint initiative in creating an institution for specialized medical care dedicated to Pandas. This clinic will be led by a multidisciplinary team of specialists. It is a patient-led social enterprise with any surplus reinvested to improve access and quality of care for patients from the Netherlands and across Europe. We are grateful that Dr. Frankovic and the Stanford Immune Behavioral Health team offered to contribute 13 years' worth of knowledge, training, and the possibility of future research collaboration in support of this effort. We are working at the necessary milestones to become operational. And the clinic plans to seek recognition as a European Union recognized expert center in 2027. Achieving this will help patients and families use their EU cross-border healthcare rights to access care abroad and seek reimbursement at home. In parallel, Expand's intention is to support clinicians in other countries who want to follow a similar path towards recognized expert center status, so that together we can build a strong PANS and Pandas presence within the European reference networks and improve cross-border care for patients. Next slide, please. Yeah. And the next slide, and it's just my closing slide. Many more steps remain, and the way ahead is steep. We need support, not just for patients in the community, but for the clinicians, researchers, and systems that must be a part of the solution. Until that time, too many patients with PANS and Pandas will continue to fall between the healthcare systems rather than be guided through them. So, for the European Union Parliament, as you reflect on what you've heard today, I hope it helps to know that Expand is here as a structured European partner, ready to work with you to turn concern into action. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, René Blanchard-Acre. You can return to your seats. Oh, no, okay, stay here. I call here Neil Gilson, Tone Helen Bergset Rokenes. We are connected with Gillian Mathewson, Chair of Trustees, PANS Plus Scotland.
Thank
Gillian,
you, and
please.
Oh, thank you. Can you hear me? Yep. So thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today, and thank you to the organisers for putting on this conference. So I'm Gillian Matheson. I'm the founder and chair of trustees at PANS Plus Scotland. I am, as many other country representatives, I am a parent with lived experience as well. Can I have the next slide, please? So PANS Plus Scotland were founded last year, and our goal is to raise awareness across Scottish public services to enable better support for those affected. So although Scotland is part of the UK, we have a devolved government. Could you click 4 times for me, please? A devolved government, fully separate healthcare system, a fully separate education system, fully separate social care system, and a fully separate legal system. And so in order to actually move forward in terms of getting support for those with PANS and Pandas, we need to work within the Scottish services. We've received political support in both Scottish and the UK parliaments, recognising this need for a Scotland-specific approach. And one of our challenges has been that we had an election here in Scotland last week, and so we still don't have, our current government is in the process of forming, so we've not been able to engage with them yet. The guidelines shared by our colleagues at Pandas UK will apply across Scotland, but in order to implement them in Scotland, we require engagement with the relevant Scottish bodies, so NHS Scotland, the Scottish Government, and so on. Next slide, please. And the slide after as well, please. I'll just skip over that one. So part of our work that we've done over the last few months since we formed is looking at the UN Convention on the Rights of the Child. And I thought that this would be a useful thing to share with you today because perhaps it might be relevant to some other countries as well. So the UN Convention on the Rights of the Child was incorporated into law in Scotland in 2024. And so what we've done is we have worked with families across Scotland to determine where children's rights under the UNCRC are not being met because of their PANS and PANDAS. And so by taking this approach, we're moving away from discussing symptoms, controversies, diagnoses, guidelines, etc. And instead, we're using the UNCRC as a vehicle to share the impact on children and young people and make a case for action. Could you move forward 2 slides, please? So we believe that there are 15 articles, at least, where children and young people are unable to access their rights under the UNCRC. And I'm going to give you a very, very quick overview. So the first one, Article 1, the definition of a child. So in Scotland, you're classed as an adult at the age of 16, which can mean that you can lose access to paediatric health services. And so especially because PANS and PANDAS don't have services, you're then facing frontline NHS services, which you have to go into adult services. Article 2, for no discrimination. Families are still being told that conditions don't exist, and many feel that even the mention of PANDAS puts a red flag against them, as has been shared by many others today. Article 3, the best interests of the child. Now, clearly the best interests of a child is diagnosis and treatment, but instead they are facing lengthy waits for mental health services, which again don't meet their needs. Article 5, parental guidance as children develop. Parents are approaching symptoms with love and compassion, and then they're being told that it's actually that approach that's leading to the problems, and child has a behavioural issue. Article 6, life, survival and development. We know that children and young people are at risk from self-injurious behaviour, dangerously restricted eating, and thoughts of death by suicide. Article 9, keeping families together. We know that parents have faced safeguarding action and threats of the child being removed from their care. Article 12, respect for children's views. Children feel that they're not being believed or that their symptoms are being minimised. Article 16, protection of privacy. So no family should feel that their only route to get help is to go to the mainstream media and ask for help through the newspapers. Article 18, responsibility of parents. Struggling parents have gone to public services for help and then face safeguarding referrals. Article 23, children with disabilities. And the question here really is what harm is being caused by the delay in treating our children. Article 24, health, water, food, environment. This one really goes without saying. Every child has the right to the best possible standard of health. Article 27, food, clothing and a safe home. Parents have had to give up work to look after their children and they face financial difficulty. And we know some have sold their homes in order to pay for private treatment. Articles 28 and 29 cover education. Some children cannot attend schools and get no support. For others, their education is fragmented and their needs are not met. And finally, rest, play, culture and arts, Article 31. Children can lose their sense of self, they lose contact with their friends, they won't go to activities and can struggle to interact, and so they lose their childhood. Could you go to the 2 slides, please?
Please, Gillian, go to the end.
Yeah,
1 minute to go. Thank you. I'm sorry.
Okay, so all I'm going to say with this slide is really the third box there. This is from General Comment 9 from the Committee on the Rights of the Child, and you can see in bold, it says that more should be done to create the necessary political will and real commitment to investigate and put into practice the most effective actions to prevent disabilities. And in terms of PANS and PANDAS, that really means about making sure that treatments, diagnosis, and so on pathways are developed. And so finally, this was our call to action that we will be sharing with the Scottish Government. We're looking for political recognition and a commitment to enabling the rollout of clinical guidelines and support for knowledge sharing, steps to reduce current suffering and cross-sector engagement. So thank you very much and thank you again to the committee for organising this event.
Thank you. Thank you, Gillian. Gillian Matthewson. I call here Patricia O'Regan. Gillian Matthewson, now Neil Gilson from UK. Time is running out. I ask you 3-4 minutes to each contribution, please.
Is the slideshow? A slideshow? No? Should be a slideshow.
Should be a slide. Okay.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. It's a real honour to be here. My name's Neil Gilson. I'm an open water swimmer and marathon swimming world record holder. But much more importantly, I'm here as a father. My son Jack was affected by PANS pandas, and like many families, we experienced firsthand just how difficult recognition and diagnosis can be. This is Jack. He's 10 years old. He's happy, active and thriving today, but that wasn't always the case. At 18 months old, Jack developed sudden onset symptoms, and almost overnight everything changed. As parents, we didn't understand what was happening. We just knew something was very wrong. Next slide, please. Very quickly, Jack developed severe anxiety, obsessive-compulsive behaviours and motor tics. He developed sensory issues to the point where even getting dressed could be incredibly distressing. Eating became restricted. Everyday life became overwhelming. Eventually, his anxiety became so bad, he was afraid to leave the house. And as parents, watching that happen without understanding why was terrifying. What followed wasn't a clear route to diagnosis. It was a year of searching, specialists, tests, different opinions, and at one point, even misdiagnosis. All the while, Jack's symptoms continued to escalate. And as parents, we knew something serious was happening, but we had no clear route to help. But thanks to my wife's determination never to stop searching for answers, we eventually found Dr. Tim Ubi from the London PANS Clinic. Jack was diagnosed with pandas and treated with antibiotics. Within 2 weeks, his tic disappeared, his anxiety reduced, and we were getting our son back. That moment changed everything, and today he's happy, healthy, and thriving. And while we were fortunate, many families are still searching for those same answers. That's really why I decided to turn our experience into action. Through the Legends of the Lakes, I'm swimming the 10 largest lakes in Switzerland, 375 kilometres, to raise awareness for pandas across Europe. Switzerland felt like the perfect place for this, in the middle of Europe, because awareness does not stop at borders. For me, this challenge isn't really about endurance. It's about a purpose, taking something difficult and using it to help others. Next slide, please. The challenge is already helping generate awareness. I've completed 4 lakes so far through world record swims, but honestly, the records aren't the point. They're simply a platform, a way of drawing attention to children and families too often miss. Every swim creates a conversation, another opportunity for awareness, and that matters. Next slide, please. In 2026, these lakes complete the challenge, each one another opportunity to build awareness. But ultimately, it isn't about the lakes. It's about children across Europe still being missed. Next slide, please. Jack's story isn't unique. Across Europe, children are still being missed, not because they're invisible, but because awareness is inconsistent. Delayed recognition means delayed treatment, but unnecessary suffering for families. But awareness changes outcomes, and we know that. Next slide, please. I believe there's 3 things that can really make a difference. First, greater awareness and training. Second, clear clinical pathways, so families aren't left searching alone. And third, continued support for research and data. These aren't unrealistic ambitions. They're practical steps that can change children's lives. Jack was fortunate. Many families are not. And that's why I feel the responsibility to raise awareness through this challenge. This challenge is about showing how awareness can change outcomes, and through a documentary, I hope to create lasting awareness long after the swims are finished. And I'd like to leave you with this short teaser that captures this journey. On the last slide, there's a video.
When he swims, it blows my mind really. I don't know how he does it.
Yeah, I find it strange that, like day to day, you know, he's working long days, and then he does these huge swims that kind of baffle me.
It all makes sense in terms of, you know, how determined he is to get this challenge done. I mean, it was a dream to coach. He just wanted to get better. He wanted to train harder. He wanted to swim faster. And yeah, there wasn't many kids around that were like Neil.
As already detailed, Pans and Pandas can change a family's life overnight, which is exactly what happened to my constituent Neil Gilson and his family.
We put our healthy, happy, you know, very advanced baby to bed, and he woke up a different child.
We're sort of seeing these changes in his temperament. He then developed a tic.
We didn't know what was wrong with him.
She's so persistent in looking for answers that she found this clip from this morning online, and we watched it, both looked at each other, and it was like a light bulb moment. We were like, Jack's got that.
Despite being increasingly widespread amongst children and young people, there is very little awareness of or treatment for PANS Panda.
The impact of a change in behaviour in a child where a child develops neuropsychiatric symptoms is phenomenal, and it can break up families.
And if 40-year-old Neil Gilson from Ilfracombe succeeds, he'll be the first person to have completed what's been called the Legends of the Lakes Challenge.
He always pushed himself to the limit. He'd win a medal at swimming, and if it wasn't a personal best, he'd be dreadful in the car on the way back.
You know, he'd go literally until his body gave up on him, so there's no quitting the lad.
And to turn a situation where he was in a negative place because of his child's illness, and then he thought to himself, I want to do something about this, I don't want another parent to go through this. I mean, I think it's brilliant.
The only reason where Jack is as well as he is today is because we heard another family talking about their son, and so we feel it is our duty really to do the same.
I mean, the whole challenge now is because of his son with Pandas, and he's just an amazing dad.
I'm not an athlete, I'm just a dad who wants to help other people who are in the same position that we were.
Just the fact that he's able to channel his passion for this disease into his swimming, to raise funds, to help push research forward, to help raise awareness for this condition, I think is incredible.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Neil. Neil Gilson. Patricia O'Regan is a family advocate representing PANS Pandas Foundation Ireland. Please, 3-4 minutes.
It's short.
Thank you.
I'm speaking today to outline
the button, please. The button. Yeah.
I'm speaking today to outline the current situation in Ireland regarding the diagnosis and treatment pathways for PANS and Pandas. Despite increasing international recognition, There is currently no nationally agreed clinical pathway within the Irish public health system for the diagnosis and treatment of PANS and PANDAS. I would like to quote from a parliamentary question submitted in October 2025, which asked the Minister for Health for her views on the development of standard protocols for the identification and management of PANS PANDAS paediatric hospitals in Ireland. Dr. Ike Okafor, Clinical Director of Children's Health Ireland, stated on behalf of the Minister, Children's Health Ireland can advise that within CHI, the diagnosis and treatment of PANS PANDAS does not appear to have a consensus approach by clinicians. It remains a condition that many clinicians acknowledge has unclear medical evidence, and the management of children is usually determined at clinician level. Children and adolescents given a diagnosis of PANS PANDAS are most often cared for by paediatricians with an interest in chronic fatigue or with training and expertise in adolescent medicine, neurology or psychiatry. This official response reflects the reality currently facing many families in Ireland. In practice, diagnosis is often dependent on individual clinician awareness, which means extremely limited, with no module incorporating PANS PANDAS included within our clinical training programmes. Diagnosis is often delayed through misdiagnosis as primary psychiatric or neurodevelopment conditions, such as OCD, ADHD or autism. Diagnosis is often further complicated by the fact that many clinicians remain extremely sceptical and in some cases outright dismissive when PANS PANDAS is raised as a possibility by families. Families frequently report prolonged and heartbreaking diagnostic journeys, with delays of years before the condition is recognised, even in severe presentations. In preparation for today's session, I reached out to families across Ireland who shared their experiences of seeking diagnosis and treatment for their children. I've shared a number of these family accounts with our Irish MPs to help illustrate the reality facing families in Ireland today. Families are torn apart with the stress and conflict this illness caused, both mentally and financially, while watching their child suffer sudden and dramatic changes in behaviour, cognitive and social development. Some families, in rare occasions, were fortunate that through their own research, they recognised the symptoms of PANS PANDAS and were able to access timely and appropriate treatment for their child. However, the majority have not had that experience, including with my own child, now aged 29, whose lack of appropriate diagnosis and treatment has had a devastating effect on his life trajectory. In practice in Ireland, children are typically referred into general practitioners, paediatric service, or the child and adolescent mental health services. However, integration between these services is weak. There is no standardised protocol to investigate an underlying inflammatory or post-infectious cause. As a result, children with PANS and PANDAS are not currently served by a coherent system of care in Ireland. There are no nationally endorsed treatment guidelines specific to PANS PANDAS. Care is often limited to standard psychiatric interventions without addressing possible immunological drivers. Access to specialist or multidisciplinary care is extremely limited within the public system. Families are therefore frequently left to bridge gaps themselves, navigating conflicting medical opinions, experience significant delays in appropriate intervention, and seeking self-referred private care, often abroad in the UK with Dr. Ubi, and in the USA, although this remains financially out of reach for many. As we have heard throughout today's discussions, early identification and treatment is critical to reducing the risk of long-term disability and chronic neuropsychiatric illness. Without appropriate timely pathways, our children also risk education exclusion, long-term physical and mental health complications, and significant family and societal burden. In closing, I would like to quote the poet Maya Angelou. I've learned that people will forget what you said, people will forget what you did, but people will never forget how you made them feel. Our children and families do not deserve to feel frightened, neglected, uncared for, or left literally begging for help. By working together across Europe with open minds, compassion and determination, we can help move PANS and PANDAS from uncertainty and isolation towards recognition, treatment, dignity and hope. And thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you too. Mrs. Patricia Regan, Tone Ellen Bergset-Roknes from Bergen in Norway.
Thank you.
3-4 minutes. Okay.
Yes.
You understand.
I'm the mother of a boy who has been very ill for over 6 years. I have been fighting a long and difficult battle with the Norwegian healthcare system for many years. Today I will share my story from a parent's perspective. My son is 18 years old. For most of the time, he was treated within mental health services, while the real cause of his condition was not understood. I realized something was seriously wrong on New Year's Eve 2024. My son was living in a care home. He was sitting in his own feces, wearing torn clothes, not washing himself, with sores on his legs and sores on his mouth, and refusing to eat. That was when I understood that something more than psychiatric illness has to be behind this. I began to suspect that there was an underlying medical cause to his condition. He was trapped in compulsion, every waking hour, repetitive rituals, and a need to control everything around him. He could not rest, could not think freely, and could not function. He needed 9 full-time staff around him. He was costing the municipality in Bergen around €1 million a year. Lots of money. Around that time, he said to me, "Mom, if there was a wire from my head to yours, you would not survive being me for even 15 minutes. Before all of this, my son was a healthy boy with no psychiatric history. He was social, well-liked by his friends, a centre-forward on his football team, and a very good gamer, actually one of the best in our home village. He had energy, humor, and plans for the future. He was a normal teenager living a normal life. Then, in the autumn of 2020, everything collapsed. Almost overnight, he developed severe OCD, tics, food restriction, anger, and isolation. He became anxious, rigid, and overwhelmed by intrusive thoughts and compulsion he could not control. He changes completely. The boy we knew disappeared in front of us, and no one could explain why this happened. What followed up years of OCD treatment, psychiatric care, and medication? We did everything we were told to do. He received different treatments, different explanations, and eventually an Asperger diagnosis in the age of 60. Many times I've felt that the Asperger diagnosis was given because nothing else helped, and the system needed something to label him with. After the last diagnosis, it felt like the healthcare system had decided its job was done, and we should simply accept it. But my son was not getting better, he was getting worse. Step by step, he lost himself. He lost school, he lost friends, he lost dignity and basic daily functioning. The compulsion became stronger, the suffering became deeper, and the help became smaller. So, by the summer of 2024, everything has completely collapsed. At that point, he was so ill, we had to admit him to a psychiatric hospital. We were no longer able to care for him at home. My son stayed there for almost 2 months. The result was that he became even worse, and still we could not bring him home. During that time, I asked the doctors at the hospital, could you run some blood tests? I even asked for an MRI. I didn't know anything about PANS. I've never heard about it. But I felt deep down that something was terribly wrong and needed to be investigated. Instead, I was seen as a difficult mother, interfering in things I didn't understand. The municipality then decided to establish a care home for him because we couldn't have him at home, where he lived with 9 full-time staff, as I mentioned earlier. It was during this period I truly understood that there was something very wrong here. I started reading, searching, and trying to understand. And that was when I came across PANS and Pandas. The description matched my son's symptoms closely. I recognized so many of the things we had been living through, and for the first time, everything started to make sense. But I quickly realized that it was not easy to get any help in Norway.
1 minute to go, please.
Oh, I'm sorry, then I really need to go very fast. I thought I had 10 minutes. I got in contact with Say Norway, a network for caregivers. They was helping me a lot. It was through this network I got in contact with Professor Policie, sitting there. In January 2025, I got in contact with him. He listened carefully to me, to my story, and agreed that it could be PANS. At that time, my son was extremely ill. Mrs. Policie recommended starting antibiotic right away. And we was bringing our son home. and within 1 week, we saw clear changes. He started washing himself, sleeping in his own bed, changing his clothes, and eating. In February, he was referred to the University Hospital in our hometown by Professor Christian Sommerfeld. He is a neurologist. At that point, we had a clear clinical documentation that he showed a good response on antibiotics, as well as documentation of his normal functional before the illness. Still, no treatment was offered except ibuprofen. All the time we stayed in close contact with Professor Policie, who wanted to explore treatment options in Italy. But first, my son needed further blood tests. The test showed significant findings. He was testing positive on anti-ribosomal P antibodies and ANA, which are antibodies associated with neuropsychiatric lupus.
Can you conclude, please? Thank you.
Okay,
I'm sorry. Time is running out.
Okay. I will try my best to conclude. We got a lot of treatment in Italy with 5 EVIC treatments, steroids and antibiotics, and good following up. The conclusion was that the EVIC did not have the effect that we was hoped for, but high-dose steroid clearly did. So the next step will now probably be that we will plan to, my son will get rituximab. Once again, we may have to prepare ourselves for treatment in Italy. At home, I have not in many ways given up. But my son have hope, I have hope, and I hope Norway will turn and in the future, maybe.
Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you.
Sorry, I couldn't go through it all.
Thank you. Thank to all speakers.